Okay. And holy cow, did we need it? Okay, guys, it looks like we're about 10 o'clock. Time to get rolling. I'm going to call this special meeting Tuesday. Can we call this special meeting Tuesday, July 21st, 2026 at 10 a.m.? Supervisor Klein's here, Supervisor Christian is here, Supervisors Humphrey is here. Terry, do you mind saying the pledge? And after the pledge, our invocation will be given by Minister Ryan Breeden of Payson. Thank you for being here.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Pray with me, please. Our most loving and powerful and all-knowing Father, we are grateful to be before you today to come at this time for this meeting. We're grateful to you for the blessings that you give us in this country, for having established this country 250 years ago, for the many blessings that we've had since then that have allowed us to grow and prosper, and perhaps most of all for the wisdom and giving our founding fathers the wisdom to set up a system of government that allows us as citizens to participate, to be involved, to take part in the government, and that seeks a government that seeks to do the will of its people as well as the divine will. And God, we just pray at this time as these supervisors meet, as this meeting takes place, that the men who are leading and the women who are leading would do it in a way that will bring honor to you, do it in a way that will represent the will of the people, be mindful to good decision making and doing what's best for our communities, and then ultimately you would bless the decisions that are made here, the interactions that take place here, that you would give us all a spirit of patience, a spirit of concern for our fellow man, a spirit of concern for our communities, that we might work together in order to do what is best for Payson and best for Gila County and best for Globe and all of the people who live throughout this region. We are thankful to you for putting in us a spirit of love and of companionship and a desire to do things that are good for others, and we are particularly grateful that you have done that with the members of our Board of Supervisors, and we pray that you will continue to bless them in their efforts to lead. We pray these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Everybody ready? Okay. We're going to do public hearing 2A. I need a motion to recess as Gila County Board of Supervisors and convene as Gila County Library District Board of Directors.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
I'll second.
Having a motion and a second, all in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Convene a truth and taxation TNT public hearing to hear from citizens regarding the proposed Gila County Library District secondary property tax levy rate of 0.2425 per hundred assessed value for fiscal year 2027, including amounts that are attributed to new construction and any changes that may occur from property tax levies for voters approved bond indebtedness or budget and tax override that is $13,337.09 greater than the amount allowed without the TNT public and approve the proposed Gila County Library District secondary property tax levy rate of 0.2425 per hundred of assessed value for fiscal year 2027, and this will be a roll call vote. And Mayor Billings, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Supervisor Christensen, Supervisor Klein. This is the public hearing for the truth and taxation for the library district. This tax rate has remained the same for quite some time, but in order to keep the tax rate the same, we do have to have this morning's truth and taxation hearing. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Klein.
Thank you, Mayor.
Any questions?
I have no questions, thank you.
Okay, then, I'll call for a vote. Oh, no, I'll call for a motion to vote.
Miss-
Public hearing,
Oh, excuse me.
Oh, yeah.
Now we're gonna open it to the public. We have no public in Payson. Do we have any public here? No public here. Then I will close the public hearing and call for a motion.
Okay, hang on. Mr. Chair, I'll make the motion to approve the Gila County Library District's proposed secondary property tax levy rate of 0.2425 per $100 of assessed value for FY '27.
I will second.
Have a motion second, all in favor? You'll get a chance to vote because we're gonna do it by roll.
Supervisor Christensen, may I have your vote?
Aye, yes.
Supervisor Klein, can I have your vote? Chairman Humphrey, may I have your vote?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to 2B. Convene a public hearing to hear taxpayers who may wish to comment on fiscal year 2027 Gila County Library District tentative budget, which was adopted on June 16th, 2026, and proposed changes to the fiscal year 2027 Gila County Library District tentative budget, and adopt the fiscal year 2027 Gila County Library District budget in the amount of $2,938,979. Man, again,
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This amount is unchanged from the tentative budget that the board adopted on June 16th. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Supervisor Klein,
Mayor, and I'm good, thank you.
Supervisor Christians.
Thank you, Chairman, I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, and I'm good, so I will call for a motion.
Okay.
Oh, do we need, yeah, we don't,
Public hearing,
okay, go ahead.
is this a public hearing as well?
Oh, yeah. Getting ahead of myself. Okay, there's no one in Payson. Anyone here in Globe care for comment? No. Okay, I will close the public hearing and ask for motion, or is this roll call as well? Okay,
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'll move to adopt the fiscal year 2027 Gila County Library District budget in the amount of $2,938,979.
Mr. Chair, I'll second that.
having a motion second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, moving on to C, convene a truth in taxation public hearing to hear from citizens regarding the proposed Gila County primary property tax levy for the rate of 4.19 per hundred assessed value for fiscal year 2027, including amounts that are attributed to new construction and any changes that may occur from property tax levies for vote approval, voter approval, bonded indebtedness, or budget and tax overrides. This is $230,450.29 greater than the amount allowed within the TNT public hearing, and approve the proposed Gila County primary property tax levy rate of 4.19 per $100 of assessed value for fiscal year 2027.
Mr. Chair, if I may, we need to adjourn as the Library District Board of Directors and convene as Gila County Board of Supervisors.
I will second that motion.
Oh, okay. Motion and second, all in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Okay.
Okay, so.
Didn't we do C?
Correct.
Okay, so do we not need to open C to a public hearing?
We have to adjourn.
Huh?
We had to adjourn and then do that, yes. Adjourn as library district and convene as board of supervisors to do D.
Okay. So we're not doing a public hearing on this one?
This is the public hearing.
This is the public hearing. Okay.
And then the public hearing.
Okay, man.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize. I
No,
think I left something out of my agenda item here to make sure that we were as the correct board. So this is the $4.19 per hundred tax rate that our Board of Supervisors has instructed that we keep flat this year. We have had 17 consecutive budget years with this particular tax rate. In order to adopt this tax rate this year, we do need a truth and taxation hearing. As Chairman referenced, there is $230,450.29 of property tax that is attributable to increased values, and that's why we need this morning's hearing. Happy to answer any questions you or the public may have.
okay. Supervisor Klein.
Mayor, I don't have any questions, but I am gonna make a comment on this, cause a lot of people don't understand that every dollar the county gets in, we have to show it in our budget. I mean, it has to go in there somewhere, and that's why we're looking at such a large amount in our budget as well. The other thing of it is I get this question, it seems like every year, how come the county's raising our taxes? Like you said, 17 consecutive years, budget years, and we haven't touched it. Speaks for itself, in my opinion. But we're not responsible for a lot of secondary taxes that do get moved, that may get raised or whatever. And so people just assume that it's the county when it's not. And I just wanted to throw that out there so folks can hear that. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Supervisor Christian.
Thank you, and I would only add to that, that even though we operate as several different boards, like the library district, we have not raised taxes in any one of those categories operating as the Board of Supervisors and the subsequent other boards that the three of us handle. So I think that's important to say, even though the assessed values may have changed the amount of numbers that are working. So thank you, Maren, for all the hard work you do. And yes, we have a high number this year, but that's not what we're going to spend.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Maren. Okay, I guess now I need to call for a motion. Or now we, public hearing. Okay. Yeah, I'm confused in the way this is brought up this morning. Okay, I'll open it to a public hearing. We have no one in Payson. Do we have anyone here in Glow? We do not. Okay, I will close the public hearing and I'll call for a motion, and it's a roll call.
Okay, the motion, I move to approve the proposed Gila County primary property tax levy rate of 4.19% per $100 of assessed value for fiscal year 2027.
And I'll second that.
Having a motion and a second, we'll take a roll call.
Supervisor Christensen,
Aye.
Supervisor Klein, may I have your vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Humphrey, may I have your vote?
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Okay, now, we don't need to convene.
We need to recess as the Board of Supervisors and convene as the Flood Control District.
Okay. Then now we need to adjourn as the Gila County Flood District Board of Directors and convene as the Board of Directors of Gila County Street Lighting Improvement District. No, we need to,
Recess as the Board of Supervisors and convene as the Flood Control District.
didn't we do that before we did C?
We are now on item D.
I know that. Okay. Recess as the County Board of Supervisors and convene as the Gila County Flood District Board of Directors.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
I will second.
Having a motion second, all in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Going to D. Convene a public hearing to hear taxpayers who may wish to comment on the fiscal year 2027 Gila County Flood Control District tentative budget, which was adopted on June 16th, 2026, or any proposed changes to the fiscal year 2027 Gila County Flood Control District tentative budget and adopt the fiscal year 2027 Gila County Flood Control District budget in the amount of $744,361. Marion, again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amount is unchanged from the tentative budget that you adopted on June 16th. It does show a small increase over last year. This is for the operation of the flood control district. Happy to answer any questions.
Supervisor Klein,
I don't think I have any questions on this one, Mayor. Thank you.
Supervisor Christians.
Thank you, Chairman. The only thing, I'll make a comment, and that is, thank you for the numbers that you presented previously, that if we were to do an increase in taxes, okay, if we were, what that would mean impacting this one district, the flood control district. And so this district is not funded through taxation, it's funded through just gifting from the general fund, right?
It is funded through general fund dollars, yes.
Yes, okay, so we always have that available to us, that even if we added 0.1%, there would be some money flowing into this. So I guess I just wanted to make that comment. Other than that, thank you for all you do.
Yeah, thanks for the comment, because at some point in time, as we move forward, we may need to work on flood district a little bit, so, thank you. Okay, so I will open it to the public for a public hearing. Do we have anyone in Payson? Do we have anyone in Globe? No. Okay, then I will call for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll move to adopt the fiscal year 2027 Gila County Flood Control District budget in the amount of $744,361.
I'll second it.
Having a motion, a second, all in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Okay, now I need a motion to adjourn as Gila County Flood Control District Board of Directors and convene as the Board of Directors for the Gila County Street Lighting Improvement.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
And I will second.
Having a motion and second, all in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Okay, moving on to E. Convene a public hearing to hear taxpayers who may wish to comment on the fiscal year 2027 Gila County Street Lighting Improvement District tentative budget, which were adopted on June 16th, 2026, or any proposed changes to the fiscal year 2027 Gila County SLIDS tentative budget, and adopt the fiscal year 2027 budgets for Gila County SLIDS as follows. Pine Slid, $2,670. Apache Hills Slid, $4,185. Upper Glendale Central Heights Slid, $1,833. East Verde Park Slid, $5,468. Miami Garden Slid, $4,193. Midland Central Heights Slid, $20,886. And Claypool Lower Miami Slid, $34,994. And I'll open it to the public. Any comments from the public? I see none in Payson. I see none here in Globe. So I will call for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll go ahead and make a motion on the SLIDS.
Hey, do we want Marin to speak on this? Or is there any changes, I guess? That's what I'd want to know.
Nothing has changed since the June 16th tentative adoption.
Thank you.
Apologize, ma'am.
No problem.
I have no comments, so if you're still calling for a motion, I'll move to adopt the fiscal year 2027 budgets for the Gila County SLIDS as follows. Pine, $2,670. Apache Hills, $4,185. Upper Glendale Central Heights, $1,833. East Verde Park, $5,468. Miami Gardens is $4,193. Midland Central Heights is $20,886. And Claypool Lower Miami is $34,994.
I'll second that.
Having a motion and a second, all in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Need a motion to adjourn as Board of Directors of Gila County Street Lighting Improvement District and reconvene as Gila County Board of Supervisors.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
I will second.
Having a motion and a second, all in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Okay, moving on to F. Convene a public hearing to hear taxpayers who may wish to comment on the fiscal year 2027 Gila County tentative budget, which was adopted on June 16th, 2026, or any proposed changes to the fiscal year 2027 Gila County tentative budget, and adopt resolution number 26-07-01 authorizing the adoption of the fiscal year 2027 Gila County budget in the amount of $217,194,784. Maren, I'll let you speak this time.
Thank you, Mr.
Sorry
Chair.
about
I
that.
do have a brief PowerPoint presentation. Luis and Jonathan, if you wouldn't mind opening the budget presentation, it's the bottom link in the lower left-hand corner. And this is just to ensure, Mr. Chair, member supervisors, that you and our constituents have the same information. This information is also available attached to the agenda online. Thank you. Okay, there are no changes from what the Board of Supervisors adopted on June 16th. Let's see, there we go, let's try that. Okay, hold on, we'll get it. Maybe we won't have a presentation today. Oh, there it is. Thank you. There we go, okay. Awesome, thank you, Jonathan.
You need me to restart it?
No, that's okay. Okay, so our priorities and your priorities for the Gila County team are investing in employees, recovering from floods, and keeping taxes stable. Because this year's budget is significantly higher than in the past, we've provided for you here a distribution of where that total budget comes from. So 25%, about 54 million, is salaries and benefits. Capital projects compose 30,764,000. Flood recovery is a full 20% of the 217 million and is 43,700,000. Gila County operations compose 20% of your 2017 or 2027 budget in the amount of 42,481,000. This does maintain cash reserves of 16.5 million as budgeted every year that I have worked on your budget. That is 8% of the total. 3% of the total, or about 6.5 million, is for interfund transfers. 2% is for debt service, which is 4.6 million. Those are payments on the bonds. And then the 2026 bond issuance is another 8% of your budget. That's the 18.2 million that we have been talking about. I wanted to make sure that you had this information so that you can rest easy knowing that as a team, we have identified all these areas and you know exactly where your dollars are going. And as Supervisor Klein and Chairman and Supervisor Christensen have all pointed out at past meetings, the 217 million is the absolute maximum that Gila County can spend in 2027, and it does include all of this. We do not anticipate spending all of this, but we have to budget for it. Before I move on from this slide, do any of you have any questions on it, rather than have to hold them till the end? Okay, I just wanted to make sure. I know this is a new component this year, and we wanted to make sure that we provide useful information.
Supervisor Klein?
So I really don't have any questions, Mayor, I get it. It's the folks that are on YouTube and watching that I think we need to point this out. That 20% in the flood mitigation stuff includes that 18 million that we bonded out, that we may not spend all of it.
Correct.
And so, just like you said, it's in our budget, it's there, but are we actually gonna spend it? Probably not. And so, that's just something I wanna shoot out there to the public so
Right.
that when I get out of this meeting, I don't have a line of calls coming in.
Correct. And that dollar amount, it does have sort of a multiplicative effect because we'll pay the invoice, we'll get reimbursed for it. The part we don't get reimbursed for, we'll have to reimburse ourselves for from the bond. And then it shows up, it looks like it's triple in your actual functions, which is why that number is so high.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Mayor.
Supervisor,
Thank you.
and I'm good.
Thank you.
Please go on.
As we said earlier, we have had 17 consecutive budgets without increasing the primary property tax rate. Our flood recovery strategy includes 4 components, including roads, bridges, drainage, debris, public safety, and supporting the hospital as their NRCS partner. The board's priorities, as we've discussed the budget, have been recruitment and retention, blight reduction, transparent government, communication, and teamwork. As part of the recruitment and retention, the team identified opportunities for efficiency within existing appropriations. And through that, as a team, we have been able to fully fund a 3.5% salary adjustment across the board without requesting additional general fund resources. The areas where we found those dollars were in general fund FTE adjustments. That was $629,000. And then we adjusted the tuition assistance allocation for $191,000 for a total adjustment of $821,000 to the general fund from previous years. We used that number, the $821,000, to determine what was possible for salary plan for next year. And with working with the Board of Supervisors and management, the 3.5% across the board uses $796,000 of the $821,000, which leaves $24,000 in capacity for additional projects and programs. And this does not draw on property taxes. And then we provided this slide, if I can get there. There we go. This just the second one from the end. Yes, that one. The one. Yep. And then I can just click it to the next one. Number 9, please, Jonathan. Thank you. So, looking ahead. Okay, according to PowerPoint, we're going to stay stuck today like it's Groundhog's Day. Looking ahead, 4 areas that we have talked about as a team between the board and management. We're looking at one-time salary adjustments as an opportunity for future investment, infrastructure as another future investment opportunity, economic development within the community, and blight reduction. And that is all I have this morning. I would be happy to answer any questions you have.
Supervisor Klein.
Mayor, I'm good. This is good. I know we have a lot of work coming up in the year to come, but I'm good for now.
Supervisor Christensen.
Thank you. So the salary plan, you said starts next year, but you really mean now. It's starting now. The 3.5% adjustment.
It's when the board adopts the budget, we can put it into effect if you so designate.
So, okay. So once we do that, it does start now.
Yes, that's my understanding.
All right. And then I'm a little confused because what is this item comparable to item 2C? 2C was for a figure of 230 million That had to do with the property tax levy,
Right.
right? I don't understand the difference here.
So the Property Tax Oversight Commission and the legislature require that we have a truth and taxation hearing, which is what item C was. And that is so that we can be transparent with the public that this year's property taxes of $419 per 100 of assessed value are $230,450.29 more than they would be if we had not had a truth and taxation hearing. And then we are required by statute to have a separate hearing for the entire budget, which is the
Okay.
217 million.
All right,
So the 230 is in the 217.
I see the difference. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I have no questions. Thank you very much. I will open it to the public. No one in Payson. I have no one here. So I will close the public hearing and I'll call for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'll move to adopt resolution number 260701, authorizing the adoption of the fiscal year 2027 Gila County budget in the amount of $217,149,784.
I'll second that.
Having a motion and a second, all in favor say aye.
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 Aye. F passes unanimous. Regular agenda items. We are recessing as the Gila County Board of Supervisors and convening as the Gila County Board of Deposit.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
I will second.
Having a motion and a second, all in favor say aye.
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 Aye. 3A, information discussion action to adopt resolution number 26-07-03, which authorizes the chairman's signature on the addendum 2 of the agreement between Gila County and JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. to provide the revolving lines of credit for Gila County Special Tax Districts. Expiration date in the agreement from July 1st, 2026 to June 30th, 2027. Monica, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Christian, Supervisor Klein. So yes, so every year I must come to you to get the lines of credit for the special districts renewed again for another fiscal year. And this is to cover them in a timing of property tax revenue received. And if there's not enough in their accounts to cover the special districts to operate without interruptions. So they have to go through underwriting with the bank and then they get approved. So the amount approved has not changed from the last time. On June 28, 2024, the Board of Supervisors in this capacity of Gila County Board of Deposit adopted the resolution number 24-07-04, authorizing the chairman's signature on the documents between the Gila County and JP Morgan Chase Bank, and to provide revolving lines of credit for the Gila County Special Districts and Taxation. And I can go through the numbers, gentlemen, if you like.
Supervisor Klein Christensen?
Monica, I'm good.
I'm fine.
I'm good as well.
Okay, any other questions over?
Any questions, gentlemen?
Thank you for getting this done, because those districts depend on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Monica, I suppose we do this every year. I just can't recall. So I didn't realize we had a revolving line of credit. And that's just because sometimes the districts need their money before we have collected the taxes to pay that.
That is correct.
And so it's sort of just a revolving thing.
Correct.
All right. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, then I'll call for a motion.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, I'll move to adopt resolution number 26-07-03.
I'll second that.
Having a motion and a second, all in favor say aye.
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 Aye. 3A is unanimous. Now I need to adjourn as the Gila County Board of Deposit and convene as the Gila County Board of Supervisors.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
I will second.
Having a motion and a second, all in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Okay, we're moving on to 3B. Good morning.
Good morning.
Information, discussion, action to approve contract number CTR 074570-GC2 with Axon Enterprise Incorporated for the Axon Justice Premier Plus Plan and related services for the period of July 21st, 2026 through June 20th, 2031 in the amount not to exceed $270,950.26, including applicable taxes. Joseph Collins, good morning.
Morning. I've never presented before Board of Supervisors, lots of judges and tribunals and courts, so if I miss protocol, please forgive me. This will be my first time, to be gentle. This is the Axon product. I'm sure the board has seen a lot of requests for body cam and money for those types of things. And as you probably guessed, law enforcement is moving into kind of a modern technology with body cam and everything else. So the county attorney's office kind of needs to keep up. So we've actually moved to more of a digital office. We've moved to lots of body cam. I'll give you an example. I have a homicide case. I have 80 hours of body cam in just the one case, and that's to start. So in order to have that body cam, we have to redact it so we don't disclose victims' information or public or private confidential information. So all of that comes from the agencies, and we have different agencies that we work with. We have the sheriff's office as well as the cities and things like that. So Axon Justice is a program that Axon has developed based upon evidence.com and multimedia evidence that's used, including body cam. So what happens is this product manages that media. So it collects it from both evidence.com or Axon. So let's say, for example, Glow PD investigates a crime. They've got body worn camera. They use evidence.com and Axon. Well, the sheriff's office might be involved. They use something different. They use Command Central, which is a Motorola product. What this product does is it gathers it all in one place, and it allows the prosecutors to see it all. It allows us to redact the information that needs to be redacted, and then subsequently share it out to the defense attorneys or the individual being represented so that they can review it before the case settles, goes to trial, or whatever the outcome might be. What it does, it's all cloud storage. So what this Axon Justice will do, it will take some stress off of our county network. Right now we have body cam, we download it from the cloud and put it on the county network. This Axon Justice, what it does is it stores it in the cloud so we don't burden our network with it. So it'll free up space, and hopefully it'll free up the hardware, both resources, the actual hardware, maybe the money and the maintenance for having to maintain the actual network where we store that. Also, there's a little executive summary that they put together for me, which I've kind of adopted. It allows us to read and review, like if there's surveillance video from somewhere, we can put that in Axon Justice. It tracks it, so once we get it in and disclose it, it tracks when it was disclosed, to whom it was disclosed. All of these things are very important from a constitutional perspective. When we first started looking at this, we've used Axon for many years. We started looking at this particular product, and I talked to Mr. Beauchamp about it. He's informed me that this comes completely out of his budget. We're not asking for additional monies for it, so it comes out of the county attorney's budget. So there's no additional funds that we're asking for, but it'll assist us in becoming more efficient with both our prosecution and representation from the state's perspective in criminal cases. So, are there any questions?
Supervisor Klein.
So thank you for the presentation. So I'm not a IT geek or nerd. I don't understand a lot of this stuff, but this program is pretty secure as far as the vulnerability of getting hacked or anything like that.
Yes, sir. As a matter.
And it has, and so maybe Carrie can help too. It has our county coverage to help protect it. Is that right? And being in the cloud, is that also a benefit?
So actually, I looked at the software with Mr. Collins here, and it is all secure. It is in a secure location. And as far as to reiterate back to help with the resources, is the way it works is they download the body cam footage and it takes up quite a bit of space, and they eventually go back and remove that off there. That way the data's not sitting there.
Correct.
But they need to be able to work with the systems, and it
Mhm.
takes up a lot of resources, and we've been able to give them the resources and stuff and make it available for them, but it is definitely secure. It'll definitely make it a lot easier for them to workflow between here and Payson, and for the attorneys to be able to do that. So
So Axon, to assist in your question, Axon is used by 80 to 90% of law enforcement agencies in Arizona and throughout
Okay.
the nation. And so DPS uses it, and many other agencies. So from a security, is it hackable? Well, I mean, nothing's perfect, but this particular program has been around for a while, quite a few years. I don't know when it actually started, but I've been practicing law for almost 30, and I've seen body cam and Axon for the last 10 at least. And again, it's very secure. So I've never heard of somebody hacking it or fiddling or messing with any of the data that's stored in there. And it's stored off site. So if there is an event where it is infiltrated by somebody from the outside, it's not on our network.
Yeah.
It's Axon that has to deal with that. And I don't know if they take that liability because of the contract and the money we pay them.
Well, that's good. That they work hard every day trying to figure out ways to hack
They do.
us and everybody else. So the other question I would have for you, and maybe you've already said, but you got in here and related services. So downloading the body cameras and being able to have the ability to redact and do all that. Is there any other related services other than that, or?
Yeah, there is. They're kind of minimal. One of them is the related service would be a portal, so that we can get information from other agencies that don't use evidence.com. I actually printed the contract. They've got a mobile app that comes with it. They've got AI and transcription services, so it'll transcribe body cam, so it makes it easier to search the body cam. It's not perfect, but if you're looking for, like, I'll kill you, you can search it in the transcript and find that. So those are the other services that are referred to. They actually have an AI redaction program that's getting better. It's not great, but it works fairly well for most purposes. AI is infiltrating the world, whether we like it or not, so might as well put it to use. This particular AI is, it's a closed concept AI, so it's not, they don't go out on the internet to teach the AI how to work. They use just what's within the system. So it's not opening it to being hacked. So it uses that. So those are the other services that are available.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Supervisor Christian.
Thank you, Chairman. Thanks for the presentation. I think it was great. And I like the fact too that this is a 5-year contract. So it's not like 270,000 per year.
Oh, no,
It's
sir.
a little over 50,000 a year.
Correct.
And it seems like a very needed process in order to secure the information and the evidence that we have.
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
it'll be very helpful.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, I have no questions. I appreciate your presentation. And it seems somebody's always watching anyway, so here we go. So
Yeah,
the
the
new
criminal
world,
element never ends.
the
does
new
it?
world of today. So
Yeah.
thank you very much, and have a great day and travel safe.
Thank you much.
Okay. Okay, gentlemen, I will call for a motion on 3B.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve contract number CTR 074570-GC2 with Axon Enterprises Incorporated as presented.
I'll second it.
Having a motion and a second, all in favor say aye.
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 Aye. 3B passes unanimous. We're going to regular agenda item 3C, information discussion action to adopt Gila County Elections Department and Gila County Recorder's Office Statement of Principles and Procedures. Mr. Joe Elbow.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm sure you're aware today is election day, so the recorder can't be here. She's busy doing her job. But over a period of time, I've worked with the recorder and with the elections department to prepare the statement of principles that the board is being asked to approve today. Mrs. Madigal Smith has approved it and consents, and I believe has signed it and transmitted that to the clerk of the board. And the basis for this is the dispute that arose in Maricopa County. I'm sure the board may have followed parts of that dispute that's been in and out of court between the recorder and the board of supervisors regarding who has what responsibilities with regard to elections, with voter registration and those issues. And this has come up in other counties, and I've discussed the matter with deputy county attorneys in other counties and developed this statement of principles. It's pretty general, but really for the division of responsibilities and shared responsibilities happens is in the table that's attached to the document that the board is being asked to approve today. And once this is approved, then what will be subject to change is will occur in the various titles of Arizona revised statutes that apply. And if you look at the text of the statement, both the elections department and the recorder have responsibilities for voter registration and elections in titles 9, 11, 15, 16, 19, and 48. It's a pretty intricate web. And the time to figure out when one office, either the recorder or the elections office, needs to respond or deal with the matter isn't when the question comes up. It has to be planned ahead of time. And so this document is meant to put that in place and allow for amendment as laws change or as the elections procedure manual changes. It's generated every 2 years by the Secretary of State's office. And other counties have done similar, have reached similar agreements between the recorder and the board of supervisors. But this being an election year in anticipation of the presidential election in 2028, the recorder and the elections department thought that this would be a good place to have this this created and established by the board of supervisors. Again, I meant to have this on the agenda at the meeting previously, but that didn't quite work out. So it's a little bit ironic that we're doing this on an election day. And I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Okay. Supervisor Klein.
Joe, once we adopt these principles and procedures, then are you recommending a time frame when they're reviewed again, like every other year, every 5 years or anything, or is it just gonna sit there until it comes up again?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Klein, this was written so that what matters, what changes are the duties assigned in the tables, and those are based on what changes occur in law from time to time, or what changes in the elections procedure manual. So once it's adopted, perhaps in future years, another board, another recorder may find the need to want to change something, but this is meant to be applicable for the near future, especially for this election and for the 2028 presidential election. And just as another point to make, every year the recorder especially gets flooded with public records requests requesting voter registration issues. There's litigation going on at both the state and federal level regarding these issues. So it's important that both the elections department and the recorder understand what their duties are and how those two offices work with each other during these critical times. If you look at the organizational charts in those offices, each of them is pretty lightly staffed. And so it puts a tremendous burden on each of those offices. Mm-hmm. And the more we can do to simplify and clarify their roles for them, the easier it is for them to do their work in serving the public.
I agree, Joe. Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Christensen.
Thank you, Chairman. Joe, thank you. And so before we vote on whether or not we can adopt something like this, was the recorder and the elections department informed of this document so that they could review it and discuss whether or not they had any additions or issues or anything like that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And there were none?
Yes.
No issue. Okay, thank you.
Okay, and Joe, I have no questions. So thank you very much for this in your presentation. And so I will call for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'll make the motion to adopt the Gila County Elections Department and Gila County Recorder's Office Statement of Principles and Procedures.
I will second.
Okay, have a motion second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. 3C was unanimous. Mr. If you don't mind, the mayor just came in, and I'm gonna move J up, if that's okay, gentlemen, if you don't mind. We're gonna go with J before D. And, I think, the people here for that, and so anyway, we're going to J, information, discussion, action to approve intergovernmental agreement number 0708-2026 between Gila County, City of Globe, Town of Miami, and collaborative and development for a long-term regional flood mitigation plan. Also Freeport as well, but it's not in here. So, Michael.
Chairman, members of the board, thank you. So Freeport reached out to Gila County, City of Globe, and the Town of Miami and proposed the organizations work together to come up with a flood mitigation plan for Southern Gila County, which impacts businesses and counties, towns and cities alike, and how we do business. And Freeport was actually willing to hire an outside expert to bring into this agreement and pay for that. And what they asked for is they asked that we come up with an IGA outlining exactly the reasons for this particular agreement. And inside the IGA, you'll see that the stated goal in the agreement is for Gila County, City of Globe, Town of Miami, and Freeport to work together with regional stakeholders and a team of post-wildfire flood mitigation experts to develop a comprehensive regional flood mitigation plan. So in my opinion, this is an excellent agreement and partnership with the stakeholders. And I thank Freeport for allowing us to participate in this and paying for the outside expert. As you all know, we have had multiple flooding incidents over the last several years. And so what we're trying to do is come up with a plan to possibly work towards mitigating or reducing the risks in the future, especially for Southern Gila County. And we do have the stakeholders in the audience today, and I'll be happy to answer any questions, or if you have a question for any of them, they'll be happy to come up here and discuss this with you as well.
Thank you, Michael. Yeah, we have Alexis Rivero, Miami manager. We have Mayor Al Gomeros. We have manager Paul Jepson. We have a couple of the councilmen. Thank you very much for being here today. And we have Robin from Freeport McMoran. So Supervisor Klein, do you have questions?
I don't have any questions, but I do believe this is absolutely the right way to be going. And Robin, I really want to thank you for starting all this and putting it together and doing this. If we can all be together around that table and discuss this and put a good plan together, we'll be that much further ahead next time. So thank you all, and thank you all for being here today.
Supervisor Christensen.
Yeah, thanks. I'll just add to that and say thanks for the partnership. We've seen some real challenges, and we're seeing, and it's going to continue. And we need to be able to work together, because together we're stronger than we are by ourselves. So thank you very much for showing up, coming, and working together.
Yes, and I thank you all as well. Mr. Jepson, at one point in time recently, I called and asked for a meeting with you on some of our combined constituents, because the mayor asked me to talk to staff. You did not have that meeting with me. So I'm hoping as we go forward in the future, we will have a better form of communication, being that we're entering this partnership. I would appreciate it very much. So thank you. If there's no further comments, I will call for a motion on J.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will move to approve intergovernmental agreement number 07082026 between Gila County, City of Globe, Town of Miami, as it was presented.
I'll second it.
Having a motion and a second, all in favor say aye.
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 Aye. 3J was accepted unanimously. Thank you, gentlemen, and thank you all for the partnership. Okay, now we're going back to D. 3D, information discussion action to approve amendment number 3 to site lease agreement number 080221-2 with R&M Repeater LLC, increasing the maximum compensation by $501.72 to a revised term amount not to exceed $13,052.28 for the lease term ended June 30th, 2026. Deputy Chief Jim
Good-
Lottie.
Good morning, supervisors, Chairman Humphreys, Supervisor Klein, and Supervisor Christensen. Yes, Jim Lottie with the Gila County Sheriff's Office. Basically, this was provided for in the initial contract that there'd be up to, I believe, a 4% increase each year in the rent, and that's what this $501 is. The sheriff would ask that that be approved.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Klein, any questions?
I just had one. Where's the R&M repeater located at, Jim? Do you know?
Diamond Point?
Okay.
Yes,
It's on the north end.
yes.
Thank you.
I have no questions. And I have no questions, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
And so, gentlemen, I will call for a motion on 3D.
Mr. Chair, I'll make the motion to approve amendment number 3 to the site lease agreement number 080221-2 with R&M Repeater LLC as presented.
I will second.
Having a motion and a second, all in favor say aye.
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 Aye. 3D pass unanimous. Thank you. Okay, we're going on to 3E. Information discussion action to approve the one-year renewal of the Money.com enterprise software subscription agreement for the period of June 30th, 2026 through June 29th, 2027 in the amount not to exceed $49,908 plus applicable taxes. Carrie.
Good
Morning.
morning, good morning, Chairman, good morning, Supervisors. So this software is for our project management, our ticketing system. It is used with multiple departments throughout the county. We have a lot more departments that are using the software, and it's making it a lot easier for us to manage our day-to-days. So, and that's what this renewal is for, and the reason that we're bringing it for you, it is under the 50,000, but with the added taxes, it does go over the 50,000, so that is why we are bringing it to you, so.
Okay. Supervisor Klein, any questions?
Carrie, how long have we had this?
Well, I brought Monday.com into here probably about 5 years ago. I think it was 2 years ago, we started using it a little bit more. Last year, we actually spread it out to the other departments even more. So it's
So-
being used for quite a few years.
So is there a time coming up soon, then it'll have to be put out again for a new contract, or when's that gonna be up?
I think it's a yearly renewal on this. I'm not exactly sure. I'd have to ask Dave. Maybe would be able to answer.
I guess
not
I'm asking
exactly
because
sure.
most contracts have a renewal every year for
Mhm.
3 years, 4 years, 5 years, stuff like that. So that's why I was asking.
Yeah, I can find out for you.
Olivia
Oh,
knows.
wait, Olivia can help maybe. Sorry.
So sorry. This is on an annual renewal. Monday.com has been good about working with us when we have gone over, on the few days, because obviously this agreement, the last year ended on June 29th. And so we're a few days over. They've been good about working with us on that, but it is renewable each year.
So I'm just gonna ask you, Olivia, since
Sure.
you're there, how long do we go with that before we ask for a new contract or to put it out? I mean, I know there's gotta be other companies out there that would wanna bid on something like this or whatever, so.
We can do that at any time.
Oh, okay.
We don't have to necessarily do a formal solicitation for it. We certainly can. If there's any reason that we would want to increase the competition on that, we can always go out and get 3 quotes.
And I have no idea if there's a need to or not. I'm just asking because every contract that I've ever seen come in front of me has got like a 3, 4, 5 year lifespan. And then it's done and it's re-advertised. A lot of times it's the same company that's awarded the bid and we go again. So that's why I was asking on this.
Yes, so that is always an option. Software, I think, maybe can be a little bit tricky because people get used to working on a particular platform, and there's certain functionalities and things like that that maybe a certain program has that another one doesn't, things like that. But we're always happy to go out and get quotes, do demonstrations.
And that's in the back of my mind too. And Carrie knows way, way more than I do. But the way things advance every year, what's out there that could help us from being tampered with, let's just say, or whatever.
Certainly.
So, thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Christensen.
Yeah, thank you. Is this the same amount as it was last year? Did it go up?
It's approximately.
I was gonna say it's approximately the same as what it
so,
was last
okay.
year.
All right, thank you. That's all I had.
Okay, I have no questions, so I'll call for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'll move to approve the 1-year renewal of the Monday.com Enterprise Software Subscription Agreement as presented.
I'll second that.
Having a motion second, all in favor say aye.
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 Aye. 3A passes unanimous. We'll go on to 3F. Information, discussion, action to approve professional services contract number 060826 with Wayne J. Peak to provide land use council services in support of the comprehensive master plan update and zoning ordinance rewrite through final adoption by the Board of Supervisors in the amount not to exceed $150,000. Mr. Plummer.
Good morning, Chairman, Supervisors. This is a not-to-exceed contract. It was requested by the county's attorney's office to review the rewrite of the zoning. This gentleman has the expertise that the county attorney needs. So with that, I'd be more than happy to answer any questions.
Supervisor Klein.
I know I've got a question in there, Randy, but it's not coming out like I'm one to ask. But so these are the folks that are putting together our master plan update and working with the zoning ordinance.
No, sir. This is an individual that has the expertise and a lawyer to review ours to make sure we are in accordance to state law and everything else that goes with that.
But we have a contractor doing this for us though, right?
So we have a contractor rewriting the zoning ordinance. We have an RFP out for the master plan. This is to review it to make sure that we are code compliant and legal.
And that's gonna cost us $150,000?
We're hoping not, sir. This is a not to exceed, so it's an hourly rate.
Gotcha. So once all that comes in across the county attorney's desk, then this person, whoever it is, will be the one that will review it, make sure everything's in place, and bring it on to us.
Correct.
Clear as mud. So, all right, thank you.
Supervisor Christensen.
Yeah, thank you. So there's a lot of working parts to do in the master plan. And this particular part is to pay for legal services that our own county attorney does not have the expertise and staff to conduct.
Correct.
Basically. Okay. And all right, and we want to get it right. And so this guy's going to help us make sure it's right. Thank you.
Yes, and I would think that our county attorney does have the ability to do this, but I would think that he does not have the time with everything else that he has going on. And what I was going to be at the first public meeting that we had the other day, I would think that some of the writings of that could go through this before we go to a public meeting, because there will be a lot of things created that won't be legal or allowed. And so, anyway, that's my 2 cents worth. So, thank you very much for your presentation. And this gentleman will work, I guess, after these people figure out what they want to present as an ordinance to the public or questions of that, then he will review it or review it as they go.
Review it as they go to make sure that we are compliant before we present it to the public.
Okay, good. Yeah, because I could see that saving a lot of time and trouble.
Sir.
Okay, so thank you very much for that. Any further questions? No? Okay, then I will call for a motion on 3F.
Mr. Chair, I'll make the motion to approve professional services contract number 060826 with Wayne J. Peck as presented.
I will second.
Having a motion and a second, all in favor say aye.
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 Aye. 3F passes unanimous. We'll go to 3G. Information, discussion, action to ratify the Board of Supervisors' approval of the submittal of a 12D fund request application to the Tono Apache Tribe for the 12D Enterprise Fund for the Star Valley Water Well Fire Dip Site. Approve the $12,571.27 grant awarded and authorize the chairman to sign the 12D fund request application. Troy, good morning.
Thank you, Chairman. Supervisors, I believe this is the only item on your agenda today where we're asking you to accept money and not spend money. So happy to present that for you. This is for like it says, it's for a well site out at our Star Valley yard. We're going to use this well site. We did get 3 bids on it. The lowest bid came in at like around 50 grand. So we want to use this money to go towards putting that well site in out at the Star Valley yard, and that's going to be hooked directly to our Klein tank. We do have a well out there right now, but it's about 900 yards to the north and east of where we want to put this. It's behind a building. It's tucked away by other things that are in the way, natural impediments to it. So what we currently have to do is we have to take our Klein tank when it's empty, take it over there, fill it up, and then move it back to where we can use it. The idea here is to actually have the well outside of this location at the Star Valley yard, hook the Klein tank directly up to it so our Klein tank's filled 24/7. That way, if there's an issue or if there's a fire need, we'll have it. If we need to help fill a dip pit, we can help do that because our Klein tank's consistently filled. So it'll also help our roads crew at the same time. So it's just more efficient, more effective, and it's going to make us more readily able to respond to an emergency if it comes up. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Supervisor Klein.
Troy, thank you. So you're drilling a new well, is that right? Or
Yes, sir.
okay, so are we gonna be able to keep our old well or do we have to abandon it?
We can keep the old well.
And so, and it's not feasible to use, I mean, where it's at because of location or?
Very ineffective and inefficient. We have to move the Klein tank to it because we can't keep the Klein tank where it's at because it's got buildings and it's our operations for our fleet are going on. And it's kind of tucked away in a corner in the Star Valley yard. A very inconvenient location for it. So
this $12,000, and I really want to thank the Tono Apache Tribe for this grant too. Is a portion of what we're going to spend on a new well. What? Because I'm asking you these questions because I'm not aware of that well that we have there. Is it a good well or is it marginal?
depends on how you determine good and marginal. It does fill up the Klein tank, but it does take time. So we haven't had a situation where it has run dry, but yes, it does take a while to recharge to fill the tank up completely.
The reason I ask is right there in that particular formation, which is granite, water's a hit and miss situation.
Yes.
There's no guarantees you're going to hit water on this new well.
Correct.
And so that's why I bring it up. And the other thing I would just say is pipe goes a long ways. But if this works better and if we got the money to do it, which I would assume a lot of it's coming out of Public Works, the remainder of that, whatever it takes, right?
Correct.
And so it's worth a try. I hope it works by all means. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Christensen.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Troy, for this. Yeah, sounds like, let's find some more water.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
It sounds to me that there was some research done and it can be more efficient for everyone. So I think us being more efficient helps us out in the long run. So thank you very much. And if there's no further questions, I'll call for a motion on 3G.
Mr. Chair, I'll move to ratify the Board of Supervisors' approval of the submittal of a 12D fund request application to the Tohono Apache Tribe for the 12D enterprise funds for the Star Valley Water Well Fire Dip Site. Approve the $12,571.27 grant awarded and authorize the chairman to sign the 12D fund request application.
I'll second it.
Having a motion second, all in favor say aye.
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 Aye. 3G passes unanimous. On to H. Information discussion action to approve amendment number 1 to contract number 04232025 with Junkaway LLC for property cleanup services, extending the contract term from August 5th, 2026 through August 4th, 2027, and increasing the renewal term amount to a maximum not to exceed amount of $104,000. Mr. Josh Beck, nice bolo, thank you. Have a good day.
Good morning, Chairman, Supervisors. So this went out to a comprehensive bid process last year. We were looking for someone to help out with, at the time, mostly burnt out homes, trailers, properties that didn't have any ownership that we could get in there using public health and environmental health statutes to clean up some of those properties. Junkaway has been with us for a year now. Kaylee and the environmental health team had great experiences with them. Honestly, most of the people around the neighborhoods that obviously they walk by and see them out working. Everyone had great experiences. So we looking to the Board of Supervisors to let us work with them again for a year for properties that we work with all three of you for this year.
Okay, Supervisor Klein.
My question is, Josh, and there again, I'm not the expert on contracts by any means, but apparently we have an existing contract with Junkaway, and it sounds like they've done a good service to us. And so you're going to increase that or extend that contract into this next year, but you're asking for an increasing the renewal term amount. If we're going to do an increase on the renewal term amount, does that not warrant a new contract? Or am I reading this wrong, Maren?
Thank you, Supervisor Klein, Mr. Chair, if I may. Because of a change in state legislation, we paused a couple of property cleanups in fiscal 26 to move them into 27 so that Gila County could better leverage its legislative resources. So these funds are actually a carryover from 26 to 27. It's not new money. It's money that we didn't use last year purposefully so that this could get done this year with respect to the new legislative efforts at the state level.
So that's all, I guess, Maren, that's what they're gonna run on for this next year is just leftover money from last year.
Yes, sir.
Because when you read this, you wouldn't get that out of that topic, or I don't. So that's why I was asking if, when it goes to increasing renewal terms, that catches my eye pretty quick on a contract. So what we'll end up doing then is at the end of this year, we'll probably reach out for a new contract or go back to whatever the original one was, or how does that work?
I would have to look at the original contract to see how many amendments are available. That would depend on whether there's amendments available within the existing contract.
Yeah, I'm really happy they're doing a good job because we need a lot of help doing this. I'm just wanting to catch this so we don't have another contractor breathing down our neck saying, what's the deal here?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Christensen.
Thank you, Chairman. This general fund money,
Correct.
okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, and I have no questions, so I'll call for a motion on 3H.
Mr. Chair, I'll make the motion to approve amendment number 1 to contract number 042-32025 with Junkaway LLC as presented.
I will second that.
Having a motion second, all in favor say aye.
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 Aye. 3H passes unanimous. I will go to 3I. Information discussion action to approve service contract number 060326 with Advanced Home Performance Incorporated to provide weatherization materials and services short-term for 5 residential weatherization projects for the period from July 1st, 2026 through September 30th, 2026 in the amount not to exceed $215,000. Mr. Josh Beck.
Chairman, supervisors, so this, all one big picture again, this is the contract that we took out to bid in March. We didn't quite get the bids that we were expecting. We improved on the RFP. At the last meeting, you all voted to move that back out to bid again. Because of the time frame, we're looking at extending the current contract that we have with Advantage Home Performance to cover that area until this gets completed. And also in the meantime, Mr. O'Driscoll and I and facilities and everything have been at least entering the discussions to see what it would look like to do this in-house, how that might help out the facilities department, get some more, keep the money in the county, and then compare that to those quotes when they do come and see, what the best path forward would be. So it is something we're discussing and kind of looking into every avenue we can to make this weatherization process work better for the county. So hopefully this buys us time to get to that point.
Sure. Supervisor Klein.
You really make my wheels turn, Josh. So I'm going to ask you a question. Since you brought all this new idea forward, doesn't our facilities have enough to do? And also with that in mind, I'm not sure I like the idea of competing against private industry. That's where I go to first. It's like, and I know there's a statute that the county can only do so much of a percentage in labor in the private market. We can do a few things, but we're not here to take over the private industry. And so that's where I would go with that to start with. We never have enough money for weatherization materials and services. It seems like I'm sure, I don't know how many requests you got, but I'm sure it's a bunch. Yeah. And we've never been able to complete that full list ever. The money just doesn't come around. But to start with, that's where I'd say, and I know that there's another issue is that we're always having the question, where's our local contractors? Where's our local companies to do this? I've heard Mr. Humphrey say this for 10 years now. It'd be nice to have the local people do it, yada, yada, yada. Mm-hmm. I'm still of that mindset, and I think that's a good place to be. So thank you.
Supervisor Christensen.
Thank you. I don't think I have any questions. Thank you.
Okay. Is the reason that we're maybe working this a little different is because the state has gotten extremely stringent on what it takes to do weatherization as far as permits and licensing goes?
To some degree, I would suppose the most honest answer to Supervisor Klein here would be, and we always just try to bring you all the options that we can, but because most of the bids that we've received lately typically come from outside companies, if you look at the, just full transparency, if you look at the invoices from the company that we have currently, I believe it's like, Michael, it's like $4,116 or something that they charge per visit to Gila County to do the work. So we get to the point where, my question is just, and to be able to bring to the board is are we being good stewards of the money by paying as much to an outside company, charging us, which maybe that is what it costs them to come out here. I just want to bring the options and say, if we did it in-house, or if somebody were to bid, as I said, we don't making up minds, just looking at all the options. Could we serve a lot more homes if we weren't paying all that extra money to an outside company? So I guess that's where we just want to be able to bring all those options when that RFP cancels to the board and say, you know, here's the different things. We'd be able to do this many houses if we did it in-house, or if the local contractor, or if we don't have a choice. And as you said, if we're really, when we went out to do the landfill, looking at that building out at the landfill that they're looking at using for the landfill, that we found it used to be a community services building that they did weatherizations from. Before my time, we used to do the weatherization projects in-house. And maybe Supervisor Klein knows more about that. So that at least piqued our interest to say, well, this has been done before. And would it be a nightmare for Joseph to try to do that in the facilities department? Or would this actually be, you know, synergistic, where by having more electricians or plumbers or something on staff, we could use them in other county projects and stuff? So really it was just me being, you know, these aren't my areas of expertise, but I'm really good at being annoying and asking questions. So this was a chance to just say, hey, let's look at everything and see what I can bring to the board to say, which one do you think is best?
I think it would be worth looking into, because if we were able to do the qualifications that the state requires and subcontract to local contractors, it would be more beneficial and more cost effective. But I don't know if we can do that or not. But it, like you say, it's worth looking into. And if we can't, then we can't. But I think anytime we could try to be more efficient and use local contractors, I'm all for it, because a lot of the local contractors don't reach for the state qualifications for weatherization. But anyway, any further comments?
Mr. Chair, if I may, I like options, so I don't want anybody to get me wrong there. But I think that this is a discussion for the board at a later time to really look at. I mean, our question now is the 215,000 and getting those weatherizations. But this is gonna be part of some comments I have later down the road. I think it would be a very good discussion to have the ones involved, Joseph and whoever else here, to have a discussion on that subject.
Okay. Are we good?
Yep.
Okay, then I will call for a motion on 3I.
Mr. Chair, I'll move to approve services contract number 060326 with Advantage Home Performance Incorporated as presented.
I'll second that.
Having a motion second, all in favor say aye.
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 Aye. 3I passes unanimous. We have already gone through 3J, so I will go to 3K. Information, discussion, action to adopt resolution number 26-07-02. Designate Maren Blight Billings, Finance Director, as the Chief Financial Officer for the fiscal year 2027 expenditure limitations report to the Arizona Attorney General's Office, Mr. Michael O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the board. This is exactly what the request says. By July 31st each year, this Board of Supervisors must designate a fiscal officer from Gila County to submit the reports for expenditure limit to the Auditor General. And in this case, historically, it has been the Finance Director of Gila County, and that's what I'm asking the board, is to designate Maren Belling as that designee. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Supervisor Klein.
Hey, we've done it year after year, Mayor. Some congratulations.
Supervisor Christensen.
Yeah, congratulations. Thank you. That's all I have.
Mayor, thank you very much for all that you have done to help us function properly. It's very much appreciated.
It's my privilege. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay, if there's no further questions, I will call for a motion on 3K.
Mr. Chair, I make the motion to adopt resolution number 260702.
I will second.
Having a motion second, all in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Passes unanimous on 3K. Okay, moving on to 4, consent agenda item. Does anyone care to pull an item off of consent agendas?
Mr. Chair, since there's only one and it ain't no issue with me, I'm good.
Well, I'd like to pull it. No, I'm kidding.
Okay.
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, we can do that, but, okay, if no one cares to call an item off the consent agenda item, I will ask for a motion to accept consent agenda item number 4A.
So moved.
I'll second.
Having a motion second, all in favor say aye.
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 Aye, for a consent agenda item passes unanimously. I will go on to 5, call to the public. Do we have any public in Payson? Okay, do we have any public here in Globe? I see none. Okay, then I will go on to 6, summary of current events. Mr. O'Driscoll.
Chairman, members of the board, thank you. I just have two updates very briefly. Mr. Beck mentioned in his presentation the building at the landfill for possibly using for weatherization projects. At this particular time, we have met with facilities and Troy's group. What we're planning to do is move the Public Works Signs Department into that building and out of the facilities building to allow facilities more storage space for parts and other equipment that's readily available. So we're hoping it's going to make both departments more efficient and allow facilities to increase their warehouse parts so we don't have to continue going to the store on a regular basis to purchase those. And then the second thing is as we've heard Mr. Albo say today, we do have an election today. Our emergency management team in partnership with the Homeland Security and DEMA has opened up our EOC to provide support if needed. And we did hold a kickoff meeting this morning with the recorder, facilities, elections, IT, and the sheriff's office. We're all working together. And our concern right now is basically there might be a weather pattern moving in. So we're keeping an eye on that. But otherwise, we're all working together to provide support to make sure this election runs as smoothly as possible. And that's all I have for you today.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for the weekly updates as well on projects. It helps me understand a lot more. Supervisor Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just got back from Louisiana a couple days ago, had a really good trip. Public lands meeting was good. Tied in with a bunch of WIR guys there as well. Marin, one of the things I think I sent you an email on was the PILT formula, and it's very entailed. There's the information we have to get from the state, but I think it's already been given. And so, but it gives us an idea of how to figure out what kind of PILT formula or PILT money we're going to have. Secondly, talking to Gregory Nelson, who is in the National Center, the head of that. The kid's a whiz when it comes to about anything. Very, very articulate and very smart. Right now, if you guys remember back when we got the LATCF money, it was asked that a lot of these public lands counties contribute $100,000 to the National Center, the operations of the National Center. That was to get a lot of information, help counties where they need help on public lands issues, and so forth and so forth. And it's all under NACO, the National Association of County Officials. To date, there's only about half of those counties that participated in this. They're still lacking about 6 or 7 counties that have not done that. And so the projection on the money that was acquired is it'll run out somewhere at the end of the 2030s, 2040, somewhere in there, unless the other counties step in there and contribute money to keep this center open. I can tell you right now from my part of it, that center is very important to us on here that have lots of public lands. They're a wealth of information, and so that was good. Tomorrow, I've got to be in Thatcher in the morning, really early for Arizona New Mexico Coalition of Counties meeting. Some of you may or may not know what Coalition of Counties actually is, but it's an assortment of counties along both sides of the state lines, New Mexico and Arizona. Right now in Arizona, it's Apache, Gila, Graham, and Navajo County, and that represents about 265,000 people in this coalition. New Mexico has more than that. They have Catron County, Chavez County, Eddy County, Hidalgo County, Lea, McKinley, Otero, Quay, Socorro, Sierra, and Roosevelt, and they represent about 405,000 people for a total of about 670,000 people that's represented in the coalition of counties. Most of what is, well, pretty much all of what goes on in coalition and counties has to do with public lands. But we deal a lot with Fish and Wildlife Service, Forest Service, of course, BLM we deal with, and so forth and so forth. So it's a really good organization. Howard Hutchinson is our director and has been the director since I've been on it, and he's very good at what he does. And so I will be a part of that in the morning. Also, the Arizona State Cattle Growers meeting is going on at the same place tomorrow. I'll be in that for a little while. And I'm sure there's going to be discussion in there tomorrow on the lawsuit that affects 26 allotments in Gila County. So I hopefully will get to hear some more about what's going on there and see what that's going to bring. I think since 2017, I've participated in the Hayden and Winkleman Little League groups to sponsor them in their ballpark. And so I received another plaque the other day, and it's from the Hayden Winkleman Little League Major Softball. And it comes to us as Gila County Board of Supervisors. It's for 2026. This has been really cool. It's one more thing that I'm really happy to support down there. That part of the world doesn't get a whole lot of support. And to be able to do something even as simple as this, and especially for all these years, I'm really pleased to be able to do that. The other thing that I've had a request for here more recently is to help with the environmental people on San Carlos Apache Reservation to be a part of some cleanup out there. And so we're looking at that, and we're going back and forth with the letters of request and how we can help them on that. I look forward to trying to do my best there to give them my hand. And with that, Mr. Chair, I believe that is all I had.
Supervisor Christensen.
Thank you, Chairman. So, yeah, today we're having elections, and I guess I just wanted to quickly ask Michael, we have some of our election officials that are not there. We have a good team together to operate the elections department at this time.
Chairman, members of the board, and Supervisor Christensen, yes, we do.
Good.
We have quite a few people working together to make sure this election goes smoothly.
Very good. Very good. I trust in that. Was at a planning and zoning meeting. Supervisor Humphrey also attended that in Globe with Logan Simpson and putting together the zoning ordinance, and it was very good. I thought very good meeting. Lots of options there that people were discussing. Talked with Jeff Disdain and Wayne about roads in East Verde Park. A lot of these communities in all of our districts were put together many, many years ago. The steepness of the roads being dirt and the drainages, it just makes some of this stuff almost impossible. Ongoing maintenance continually. And so some of that you just gotta grin and bear it. It's just never gonna go away until we decide we're gonna commit a lot of money to paving and drainage. So if anybody has some extra money, let me know. Attended the time capsule opening. That was very interesting. Also, the Veterans Coffee was there last Tuesday. The town of Payson had a proclamation that I went to accept for Gila County. And the proclamation was thanking us for the summer youth program. And they had 4 youth that attended there and seemed to be just excellent young people. And it's just a really, truly great program. And so I think that's all I have right now. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. How many do we have on YouTube today?
26 concurrent viewers today.
Okay, 26. Well, thank you for being interested in what's going on in the county. We appreciate it. Any comments from that today? No, no comments. Okay, good enough. My recent activities is I had attended the time capsule opening on the 9th and looking forward to putting something in it for the future opening in 50 years, hopefully. And so if anyone has any recommendations or suggestions, let me know. I held a Roosevelt community meeting on the 13th. I was on KQSS on the 13th. Attended a Town of Miami Council meeting also on the 13th. I attended a planning and zoning public meeting to provide direction on the rewrite of the zoning ordinance. And like I say, there was a lot of suggestions, and so I'm glad that we have an attorney looking over some of the suggestions. And so anyway, and a lot of times as we go through the meeting, I don't have a lot of questions because now that I'm chairman, I attend the agenda review meeting prior to, so I'm able to meet with the department heads and have questions and discuss things with them during agenda review. And so that's all I have for now. And so if there's nothing further on on summary of current events, I will move on to 7 requests for future agenda items. Supervisor Klein.
I want to comment still on that. I missed a ton
Oh,
of thing.
excuse me, I'll back up.
That's okay. We'll pick up your thought here in just.
That's okay, go ahead.
One thing I wanted to bring up was our 512 road going into Young on the north end is Forest Service Road. Forest Service is providing Public Works Department with 7,500 tons of material that's going to be placed on that road. They've already started hauling that in there to the tune, I think, maybe a quarter of it or so, something like that. A little snafu with the money, but I hope that's addressed, and I hope we get this done before the end of September. So that's a big goal, but that'll be a huge help. I'm glad you brought up the youth program, whichever one of you did. Steve, you did. That has been a big hit for Gila County, and that has really helped a lot of individuals. And so I really want to chime in on that one. August 1st, I do have a town hall meeting planned in Young. On the last meeting I was here, we were discussing zoning. I think Randy was giving his work session presentations. And anyway, I was asked about zoning in Young and what I thought the town would want or whatever. I had no idea, and I still don't have any idea. So I do have a town hall meeting coming up August 1st. I want that to be a discussion, and I want to get a feel for that community's interests when it comes to zoning or not zoning. And so that, I think, Mr. Chair, is all I had. So thank you very much.
Okay, yeah, just a couple of comments because it's not a work session. Is they're bringing in all that material. I hope that they've got a pit close that we'll be able to use in the future. That's we can't discuss it. That's just a comment. Okay, and going forward with our youth program is I have talked to Mr. O'Driscoll, manager, on perhaps maybe sometime in the future we can work on some type of a part-time project so that these youth that come into our program and do very well, then our program's over, they go back to working at Circle K or Jack in the Box or wherever they go finish high school. So hope I've talked to Michael about maybe sometime we can get a part-time deal going for some of our youth to take that project a little further into. If some of them are seniors, they're getting ready to graduate, maybe we could do a part-time something with them if they would be interested in continuing, because everybody knows we have a lot of employees with the county that have been here for 20, 30, 35 and so years. So maybe if we could do that little chain.
I like.
It's gotta be a comment.
Yeah, I like.
We're
I'm
not a discussion.
and-
But anyway, that's just something about the youth that we've discussed. I'm not sure where it's going or if we can, but it's something that I would like very much to have that.
I just wanted to point that for you as an example of what we've done in the past with our program. You've
Right.
been on with the attorney's office for quite a while while going through school. And so that was, I guess, Brad had extra dollars or whatever to pay her, so that was a really good deal.
Yeah.
But it can be done.
Okay, so anyway, going for any more comments? Did
Chairman?
that incubate more comments? Okay, go ahead.
One quick comment on what you were just talking about, the youth program. The good news is, I had a meeting, I believe, last week with all of our departments, and we discussed the youth program, bringing them on as part-time staff, the exceptional young men and women that have worked for Gila County for the youth program. And we do have, I do believe, two of those young individuals, one for IT and one for Public Works. We are moving forward with identifying those people that are exceptional employees, and we are bringing them on part-time. So it was a good idea, and it's a really good next phase to this program to make sure we have this pool of candidates that we could draw from and actually help them with their career and help Gila County in the long run. So I thank all three of you for the support, and this is a great next step.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, good deal. That's good news, a good way to end a meeting. Okay, so now I will go on to request for future agenda items. Supervisor Klein.
I guess we still have a long list of work sessions lined up, right?
That is correct, sir.
Yeah, so I think I'm gonna hold off on anything that I'm thinking about until we wind that list down. The one thing that I would say, and I spoke to Michael about this, work sessions are very important to me. That's the only time we can actually talk. And to have the time to do so is the same. It's very important to do that. So if we cram too many work sessions in a block, sometimes we get in a hurry and we don't address those like we should be addressing them. And I would like to just say that I would hope that going forward, we don't do that anymore. And we keep them spaced out where we can really address what we got going on. Some will be longer, some will be shorter, but that's the way it is. Thank you.
Supervisor Christensen.
Thank you, Chairman. So Mr. Driscoll and Mr. White, I received complaints, and I know the others do as well, about two specific roads north of the lake. There seems to be more complainers north of the lake. I'm just saying, Gila Road and Gibson Ranch Road. And although they're not perfect, I think people are expecting perfection. And anything that's imperfect is viewed as nearly a complete failure. I've driven both of the roads. They're certainly much better than they were before. And the ongoing maintenance to these roads, because of the chip seal thing, and I know we can't afford a lot, but some of the hills or more complex parts, I guess, could be paved. I think people are expecting a pavement perfect surface. It's really hard for us to do that, and I try and convey that to people, that even though a few potholes develop and some washboard, that it's not the end of the world, but it seems like it is to them. I'm just saying, we still receive those complaints. But I remember when the Gila Road was dirt, so it is so much better now. And the dirt roads in Pine and Strawberry and elsewhere in the county, they just get hammered, especially when it gets rained on. And so we're trying our best to manage hundreds of miles of roads. And people keep asking for perfection, but they don't want to pay any more taxes for that. And this is where the rub really comes.
Is this a work session item that you'd like?
Yeah, I'm saying that I don't know if it should be on a future work session, but I do believe that Public Works should come before us often in our work sessions in order to address some of the things that are going on. So sorry for such a long explanation. My second one, East Verde Park has been identified by the state of Arizona as a nitrate water quality issue. And they're going to designate it or whatever they're going to do. So I've been asked to find out whether or not we can get some remediation out there through grants, or whether or not when we adopt our next ordinance, that that particular area should have a higher level of septic tank system going forward in order to help. So we do still have cesspools out there. We do need to have a study on that as far as the county involvement to the remediation of that area and others. It's one of the worst areas we have in the state that's not, or in the county that's not being addressed really at this time. So that's all I have. Thanks.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah. The Gila Road, I had a Gila meeting. I was asked, what are we doing with the road? It was poorly done a lot of years ago. It was semi-repaired a couple years ago, and people ask me, what are we doing? So I would like on a work session, what are we doing? Where are we at in it as far as engineering, and where are we going to go future? And I appreciate the fact that they did call you, because I get a lot of complaints, and sometimes if I get complaints, I ask that the constituent call the other supervisors as well, because I'm one leg of a tripod, and if the other supervisors know what their issue they're calling me on, that I find that perhaps maybe we can get it better on a work session, or better understand what's going on with some of their complaints. So yes, on a future agenda, I would like the Gila Road, past, present, and future, kind of like where have we been, where's it at, and where are we going with it, so that I can answer my constituents. Also, to on our bill 1067, I appreciate the fact that it passed. I appreciate everybody's work in that. I guess I would like it on a work session to see how is that going to work for us, and how are we going to use that going forward? Is that for, I know it's for blight, but going forward, is it for owned property, unowned property, tax lien property, all the above, none of the above? And then two, once we do have a lien that doesn't fall off, where's that go? And that information is important to me, because there's a kill date, and once we have some of that information together, it'll help us go forward on future legislation to maybe try to amend the 1067. So yes.
Chairman, members of the board, just one clarification. For the roads work sessions, Chairman, would you like the Gila Road to be pulled out into an individual work session, or rolled up into the general road updates that Supervisor Christensen has asked?
I think that would be a good work session. It doesn't need to be by itself. It's just information I would like to have and be able to discuss with the other board members, so that when I go to my next meeting, I can say, here's what the board discussed on what we're doing with some of these roads. I feel a lot more comfortable saying we, and have discussed it with the board, rather than here's my opinion, so thank you. But yeah, I think that would be fine in my opinion, but you might ask Supervisor Christensen, because he's the one that brought that up first.
Together, all inclusive.
Okay,
Would be my opinion.
thank you, sir.
I agree. Gibson Ranch Road needs to be in there as well. There's a little bit of a trend going on here that we need to nip in the bud and see where we're at. We also, on the road stuff, our priority has been 512. but every time we have to back up and fix one of these that we've just done or have to do something else, it's hard for us to go forward. And so I would like to see a real in-depth discussion on the roads as well.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Okay, we are going to go to a work session, but everybody, I'm gonna take a little break before we jump into a work session, just to give my brain time to cool off and get ready for some more discussion.
Good.
So, we'll see you back in 10:15 probably, so thank you very much. We're going to take a short break. find a seat. I'm glad we got you all together to get some good conversation going, but let's get on with the agenda. Okay, it is still our special meeting on Tuesday, July 21st. We took a short break. We are going to reconvene about 12:10, and we're going to go on with number 8 work session and number 8A information discussion regarding the status of flood recovery project associated funding resources and the 220-day completion timeline requirements for the NRCS Emergency Watershed Protection Project. Troy.
Thank you,
Good
Chairman and Supervisors. Happy to report that we've had no damage related to the storms that we received on any of our projects, so that's good. An update on Russell Gulch, it is 92% complete with an estimated completion date of July 31st. Six Shooter is 74% complete with an estimated completion date of September 18th. Ice House is 80% complete with an estimated completion date of August 7th. Copper Hills is 60% complete with an estimated completion date of August 21st. And the hospital wall is 20% complete with an estimated completion date of September 15th, which is all well short of the 220 days. And it looks like we are all at or a little below on budget for all the projects as well. So we're going very good right now. Any questions?
Supervisor Klein.
No, I don't have any, Troy. It's really good. I'm glad that we haven't had any flooding too bad to mess up what's been done, so that's good. Thank you.
Supervisor Christensen.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thanks, Troy. Good report. I'm glad to hear it's going really well and no damage.
Thank you. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good part.
Yeah, thank you very, very much, and thank construction and thank staff for the team motivation, the team projects. I mean, watching these projects, and in the past have watched projects, there's an amazing amount of difference.
Yes.
So I would appreciate staff knowing that how much this kind of work is very much appreciated.
I will pass that along.
And our subcontractors are amazing.
They are. They're very good. I'll pass that along. Thank you.
Yeah,
Chairman.
please do. Thank you. Okay, no motion, no nothing. Okay, we're gonna go on to 8B. Information discussion regarding recent staff and organizational changes and their relationship to county operations and budget planning. Manager O'Driscoll.
Chairman,
Good afternoon.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the board. So it's been a while since we've come in front of the board, county administration, just to discuss some changes or go over the current organizational chart from the elected officials in the appointed departments. So that's what this presentation is going to be doing. We've updated all the organizational charts across the county, including the elected officials, and we've included that as far in this presentation. And then we're going to go over. Yes, sir.
Excuse me just a second. IT, can we get it up on this screen here so I don't have to? I mean, I've got it in my book, but it'd be nice to not have to flip pages. If we can't, that's okay. I've got it here, and that I can flip through these pages, but my microphone catches all the noise as I'm flipping.
Okay. Would it be okay if I run downstairs to get a cable for it?
No, that's fine, but next time.
Okay.
Yeah, we're good for now. Supervisor Klein, do you have the presentation here too? Okay. We've all got the presentation in our paperwork. It just, with all of us shuffling paper, it creates a lot of noise. So that's why we're good today, but next time, if you could help us with presentations on that screen as well, I'd appreciate it. Okay, Mr. O'Driscoll, sorry for the interruption.
Oh, not a problem, sir. Thank you. So we've made some changes in the last 6 to 8 weeks here. Some of the reasons for the changes is for the county administration to carry out the priorities, goals, and directions set by the Board of Supervisors. So as we build the upcoming budget, we need the right people in the right roles, clear lines of responsibility, and organizational structure capable of advancing the board's objectives. That's some of the reasons. And the purpose is pretty straightforward: clear responsibility, stronger communication, improved accountability, less duplicated effort, wiser use of taxpayer dollars, and better public service. That's what we're hoping for with these changes. Some of the changes we have, the next several slides have what we're doing to clean up the budget, like we've discussed in the past, and some of the FTE changes for this particular budget year that the board just approved. So what we've done, and I'm just going to go one line item by line item. We've eliminated one full-time management associate from the Board of Supervisors budget. So there were two. We had a management associate that was assigned to the county manager and a management associate that was assigned to the deputy county manager. And using the current technology, AI capabilities, those kinds of things, we are now able to share one management associate to help out both positions. So that's what that's why we did that change. We also eliminated one FTE from the Board of Supervisors budget for a Pleasant Valley Veterans Retreat admin operator. This position was eliminated already, so we just cleaned up the budget. We just took it out of the budget. I think it was approved in 2025 and it was not really filled, so we just took it away from the budget. Yes, sir.
Explain that position again. I missed it.
It was the Pleasant Valley Veterans Admin Operator. I believe Miss Kathy Melvin might have been in it temporarily, and it was a full-time position that was not filled and was not.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay. I'm
Yes,
with you
sir.
now. Okay.
Any other questions about that position? Okay, thank you. We eliminated two full-time employees from a transit line item budget in that was they were not being utilized. So we just took them out of the budget. If this Board of Supervisors in the future decides that we need an employee for a transit project or any kind of a transportation system that we might look at incorporating into Gila County, we'll bring that in front of the board for consideration for FTEs. But right now, that was in the budget and we weren't utilizing those, so we just removed them from the budget. We had a 0.4 FTE of a position from the Board of Supervisor budget that was assigned to a retired employee. So it was just an oversight, I think, of removing it from the budget. So we're just cleaning up the budget there. So we just took it away from the budget. We eliminated 1.5 FTEs from an economic development line item. This is similar to the transit line item. If the board decides to move forward with an economic development plan, we'll certainly come in front of the board and present whether we need 1, 2, 3. We'll need any number of FTEs for what the board wants the staff to do. But until that time happens, we're just going to eliminate those from the budget to clean it up. But at some point in time, if we do, if this board decides to recommend to staff to open up an economic development department or add an FTE for economic development, we'll certainly do that. We eliminated 1.5 FTEs from fairgrounds or recreation. Again, this was very similar. They were in the budget, but they weren't being utilized. There was probably close to 6.5 FTEs in the past. We've utilized several of those, one for Pleasant Valley Veterans Retreat, one for the fairgrounds as far as the admin goes. So there were several positions in the budget, but these particular FTEs were not being utilized for the last several years, or were they were not designated to be utilized for any other program. So
that's savings in the budget.
Yes, sir. So what you do when you look at the budget, you look at the FTEs, the total number of FTEs, and there's our salary plus EREs. Basic calculation is an ERE. The employee-related expenses is about 40% of the salary. So we set that money aside if it's in the budget. So it's designated to be paid out. So the money that we're eliminating these FTEs, that is money saved to the budget. And in this particular year, that was the money that paid the 3.5% increase to the staff across the board.
So that's the salary as well as the insurance and things of that nature?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Supervisor Klein, you have a question?
Yes, sir.
I do. So the way I envisioned it was, if we have an employee or a vacant position that's on the books,
Mhm.
but we don't have an employee in that position, that money can still be shifted and moved around and used for something else. I get a nod from Maren. So I guess why I'm asking this is even though I can see some places where some of this needs to be cleaned up probably and redone, like the economic development part. I mean, that in the past has been a disaster. But so I guess what I'm saying is, on the fairgrounds, we've put a lot of time and attention into the fairgrounds. It's come a long ways. It's finally being utilized. You know, when we came on board, the fairgrounds was nothing but $250,000 a year and sitting there for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm just looking forward, thinking to myself, we're going to keep promoting the fairgrounds, I'm sure, and building it up. So even though we don't have that position sitting there, or position and a half sitting there, we may sometime need that. And once the budget, and correct me if I'm wrong here, because I may very well be, once we pass the budget and the line items are in there, we don't ever change that, correct? I mean, as far as employees go, I mean, for us to come back and say, Michael, you took out an employee and a half, but we want that back. Does that have to wait until the following year when we rebudget?
So, boy, a lot of questions in there, sir. So, as far as the budget goes, getting the position back, if we eliminate it from the budget, it's gone. Sometime during the year, it doesn't have to be during the budget process. If this board comes to staff and decides they want, say, we'll use the economic or fairgrounds and recreation, wants an extra FTE for the fairgrounds, or we as staff come to the board and say we have need because of these reasons, then the board can vote at any time during the budget year to increase the budget by 1 FTE. And we do have capacity in the budget to do that. That's for certain. So the process is pretty simple. If the board sees a need or the staff see a need, we come in front of you and we ask that need and give you the reasons. And if you vote, the majority vote board votes to get an extra FTE, then we just add it to the budget. I hope that makes sense.
It does, and I just wanted that clarified, because you know none of this is coming from the board for approval. None of it has. We haven't sat there and talked about anything as far as moving FTEs, reducing stuff, things like that. Me and you've had that discussion.
Mm-hmm.
And we're very much at different ends on that discussion. So, but I appreciate that. But so these are the things that I look at when I look at things like this, and knowing the fairgrounds and the as far as we've come with it, we have one person out there.
Mm-hmm.
And so who has accepted a job, we're going to fill her place. I see that in the HR report, so that's good. But the fairgrounds is going to get very, very busy. And so where are we going? And that's something that as a board, we have not had it, we haven't talked about it, none of it. And so these are the questions you're going to hear from me this morning, or this afternoon rather. So.
Yeah, not a problem, sir. And just as far as the fairgrounds go, I have prepared a presentation for August 4th that goes over the events that are happening out at the fairgrounds, the increase events and how many we have per year. And I have talked to my facility staff, and currently we are not overwhelmed, and we can meet all those needs, including the county fair, which our entire facility maintenance crew goes out there for the entire week to help out and those kinds of things. So it is a constant communication between staff and the Board of Supervisors to let the Board of Supervisors know if we need extra help, and not be afraid to do that. Not be afraid that asking for a full-time employee to help out if we can justify it. We don't want staff to not communicate that to the management, which is why we're trying to open up those lines of communication.
And I appreciate those words, Michael, because the fact of it is the three of us up here run the county.
Mhm.
And so if we make a decision sometime, for whatever reason it may be, we want to change this, then we get in front of us and we change it. If for the majority of the board, whatever that is, you know? So I do get that. But I'm just saying that, and I'm just dealing with the fairgrounds right now. I've seen it change a lot in 10 years, let's just say. We've come a long ways. We've put a ton of money into it. My vision is to keep promoting it, keep pushing it, keep using it, and really tax it out to where we do get overwhelmed with the amount of people. That's what I want to see. I want to see it be a huge benefit. So whenever I see something like that come up where we actually cut a position out of there, my opinion would have been we let that set for a while and discuss it.
Any other questions about those? And just for clarification, these changes were in the budget and approved by the board. So these did go in front of the board as far as the budget
So
process.
you say that, Michael, and
Yes,
you're
sir.
right. We passed that budget. That budget is thick. And Marin is very gracious every year to sit down with us if we need to and go buy whatever we want to do. I, for one, did not look at FTEs or anything like that. I did not do that because in my simple way of thinking, when we start reorganizing stuff, restructuring, so-called, the first question ought to be to this board is how are we going to do that? What's going to be involved? And I had this conversation with you as well.
Yes,
and I appreciate the workshop, but as I told you, or the work session's coming after the fact. I don't like that either. But I'm not, you're right, because I sit here and vote for that budget just like all three of us do. But do I dig in there for a particular position or positions? No, I do not. So.
Yes, sir.
Sure.
Supervisor Christensen.
Thank you. So I just view this as money committed for a full-time employee where there is no real employee. Okay, it's money committed. It's sort of promised to that cause, but it's not being utilized. So we're just taking the money we already have and freeing it up. We're unlocking it to use in another way. If later we decide we need that full-time employee back, we have the flexibility to do that. Because the $217 million and change is the large number that we can pull from and say, I mean, we could hire dozens of full-time employees probably. So doing a slight adjustment, a few, one, we have that capability and we can do that as a board.
Yes,
And
sir.
so what this does is it says, instead of locking that money away, we can use it for something else right now and revisit the discussion later.
Yes, sir, and that's a good way of putting it. We've also, as this team, we've built in the capacity for extra FTEs during the year if in fact this board or staff need to come in front of the board to ask for extra FTEs for any particular reason, for added staff out at the fairgrounds, those kinds of things. So there is capacity in the current budget for that, but you're absolutely correct. This frees up that money to be used right now for other things that we need as a county and other projects at some point in time during the year. But if we come in front of you, we also have that money in the budget to use for extra FTEs.
Okay, so these positions that you have eliminated have been or I guess ones that you've eliminated and ones that you've taken out of the budget because there was no employee there. This is a team effort. It's not that Josh said or Marin said or you said. It has been an operating team effort to go forward on cleaning up some of our management from the past.
Chairman, absolutely. That's well, we worked as a team with across the departments as well. It just wasn't us three. It was across all the departments. We met with the department directors and we sort of took everything into play when we presented the budget. Yes, sir.
Okay. Supervisor Klein, you have some more questions? Okay.
No, and I appreciate team effort. I think that's what it takes to get a lot of things done, is everybody working together. I appreciate that. The effort I would have liked to have seen was you guys come up with a proposal and put it in front of us in a work session like this and say, this is what we'd like to do. You know, that's where we skipped a step in my view, is that. I don't have all the answers, and no single one person in this room does. But as a group, we can sure make some good decisions. But there's things on here that I'm going to bring up and talk about as we go forward that just quite honestly was not discussed with the Board of Supervisors. And I don't think that that's right. We're here to represent our constituents in our districts, and to do that, we need to be a part of decisions like this. When you just throw out a word, and Supervisor Christensen did here a while back that really caught my attention, county restructuring. That right there in a nutshell screams Board of Supervisors all over it. And so we're responsible for our employees. We're responsible for our departments. We're the ones that take the hit on everything that you guys put forth. And so to be a part of that process and be ready to take those hits, when we make the decision and say, Michael, Josh, Maren, here, yeah, we're good with that. You guys think this is what we need to do? We agree, go forward. When we're not part of that process, and I get those phone calls and I get the questions, like I get questions like, who's running this county? And it's like, those are hard to answer right now. And so that's where I'm going in this whole restructuring concept. It's like, you need to start at the basis. And you're looking at the basis right here.
Okay, are you?
Yeah, I'm good.
Are you ready for us to go forward?
I am.
With this
Next page,
presentation?
I'll start again.
Okay. Michael, would you please continue?
Yes, sir. So the next several changes we have, Jonathan, you could probably go back one page. Yeah. I know there's a duplicate with the transit, so I'm going to skip that. We did take a look at the job responsibilities of the switchboard operator at the Globe House, at the Globe Courthouse here in Globe, and decided that that position was not needed, and those responsibilities were easily shifted to the appropriate departments as far as that
let's
goes.
hold on to that one right there, because I got some heartburn with that one. The switchboard operator here in Globe is not just a person that sits there and takes this call and takes that call or whatever. That's a contact person that we have when our constituents walk through the doors up there. Me and you had that discussion, and
Yes, sir.
and you told me that no, the security officers, it's in their contract to help with that. It's not in their contract. I pulled their contract, I looked at it. It is not in their contract. And so we don't have somebody, you know, we have people that need to come in here for court appointments or whatever that are flustered anyway when they walk through the door, that need that little bit of help to say, where's, you know, Superior Court or whatever it is. Which way do I go? Who do I talk to? The switchboard operator is more than just passing on calls. The other thing of it is I think we switched over to an automated system. I'm not sure that system will transfer calls that come in here to the Public Works building, to the Facilities Department building, to whoever outside of this building it needs to go to. And so then you got somebody that has to go into our website and look up Josh Beck and say, okay, well, here's his number, and try and get a hold of him. To me, folks, this is another prime example that we're responsible for this kind of service in this building that was changed without, in my opinion, the permission of this board. Unless I'm missing the part where somebody gave permission and I knew nothing about it, because I had no idea any of this. And so I go back and look at a lot of this, and we're gonna get into more, and I'm gonna go on with more of it. But no, I don't care for the way the restructuring took place, and I don't care for where we're at today. I'm good.
Okay. If you would continue, please.
You betcha, sir. So we eliminated one FTE position from the Indigent Services Department, and this sort of deserves a little bit of explanation. When we took a look at the budget and we met with staff, we met with, if you recall, the former HR director was also the indigent attorney. He was designated as the indigent attorney. So we met with the HR staff, we met with Indigent Services, and it was discovered in the budget that there was actually 3 full-time employees assigned to that department, and everyone was under the assumption that there was only 2. So when we met with staff and finance, we shifted a lot of the oversight to finance, since that involves a lot of invoices that have to be paid to attorneys and to investigators and those kinds of things. This is a mandatory type of program that it was decided, everyone agreed that we can cut it back to 2 employees. We don't know where the 3rd came from. It was in the budget for a while. And then if we needed a 3rd, that we would again come back in front of the board and ask for an extra position. But this particular time, we don't need a new FTE for that position. And we're going to be working with the Indigent Services employee, finance, and Mr. Beck here to determine the best way to utilize that 2nd employee, which is vacant. There is nobody hired for the 2nd full-time employee. So we're looking in particular what we should do moving forward to provide support to the 1 employee in Indigent Services, whether that actually is an attorney or it's just an executive admin. But either way, we have to provide a plan forward for succession. Having 1 person run that department is probably not the best thing. So we do have that 2nd position that's open. That 3rd one we didn't know existed, so we're just gonna work with everybody to make sure that the position that we hire to help the Indigent Services current employee is the appropriate one. So I'll be happy to answer questions about that.
Any questions?
Yeah. So when our HR director left, he was talking a contract for Indigent Services. And so that never came to fruition. It fell through. Mine and your discussion was, and this is what you told me, we don't need someone for Indigent Services because CA's office already has that covered, if I'm not mistaken.
Sir, I would disagree with the message of that. What we don't need is, it's not mandatory we have an attorney for that position to help Indigent Services. It's not mandatory. So we worked with Jonathan Barrett. We gained their particular perspective on here, and he presented us with multiple different solutions, some including hiring an attorney, some not.
So the one we have now, is a attorney or no?
No, sir. So
Okay.
that the open position is what we're going to be working with the courts and county attorney on as far as moving forward. Whoever we hire for that position or what position, it's going to be a joint decision with the courts as well as finance and other staff that are involved in this. It's a very complicated program, and it involves approximately $1 million of general fund money. So we have to proceed very carefully to make sure that we can have a good handle on that program. But currently it's being handled very appropriately by the employee, but we just need to make sure that we can have some oversight of that program, as well as somebody who can back that up. And to your question, sir, that Indigent Services employee right now handles the contracts with the attorneys that we contract out with. So we have, I think, 7 or 8 attorneys right now that we contract with to provide Indigent Services. And so that employee also does those contracts.
Okay, and so we're on our way to fixing that and getting it back in place.
We're, as far
I
as
mean, a
fixing.
second position.
Yes, the second position,
Yeah.
absolutely,
But,
yes.
but another thing I want to point out too is it is a complicated issue with indigent services and what we have to provide. And I don't know enough to be dangerous about this at all. So, but there again, that's another strike that says if it's $1 million project for the county, here we are. And here's three of us, I guarantee you, or I shouldn't talk for three of us, I'll talk for me, that don't know enough of it to ask a good question, you know? And so that's my thought on that one.
Just to clarify, excuse me, Chairman Humphrey,
Go ahead.
Supervisor Klein, all of those contracts for those attorneys come to this board for approval annually.
Mm-hmm.
They are not administered, they are administered on a month-to-month basis by Indigent Legal Services, but the contracts themselves go through approval through the county attorney's office, through the civil deputies, and they come to this board for approval. And the assignment of Indigent Legal Services cases to those attorneys is a combined effort of the courts and Indigent Legal Services. The courts determine, okay, this particular defendant is indigent, and then the correct attorney is chosen based on the type of case and how that person needs to be represented. And then Indigent Legal Services is able to ensure that if the indigent person's attorney requests something like a detective or some kind of specialty, that those requests are individually authorized. They don't just write a blank check for it. They are authorized at a per hours, per case basis, and they do run through several levels of approval.
And I know the contracts come through us, Mayor, and so thank you for letting the public know that. I do know that. What I'm just pointing out here is that you jumped the gun. That's, in my opinion, you jumped the gun. It's like all of these, when we start talking these kind of changes, and this is a very important subject for folks to have coverage of, you know, what do they need here. This board is the one where it starts.
And Supervisor, for clarification, we have not changed anything with this program.
No, but you changed an FTE.
We did.
And you've changed money, and I'm throwing it out there, Michael.
Mm-hmm.
You guys work for us.
Mm-hmm.
I don't work for you. And so when it comes to decision making from me, it's like I want to be a part of conversations in public here where we can discuss things. I mean, to have a discussion, your rundowns are fine. That gives me heads up, yada, yada, yada. But you call me and ask me what I think about this or that, I'm reluctant to really say, because I want those discussions out here as a board. I really do. That's where, and I know that there's some of these we're going to get into today that are personnel issues and can't be discussed openly, but it can in e-sessions. And so I just want that. You're going to hear that today.
Thank you, sir. And then, so what we did was we took the one FTE from this, and then we assigned that to the HR for an additional person. So we took the FTE from the Indigent Services, you remember that third position. And
Mr. Briscoe, can you hold on a second?
Yeah, go ahead and finish, but I'd like to comment on this matter.
Okay, then go ahead and finish where you're at.
Sure. And
hold
then,
on just a second. Do you want to go to the end of the FTEs or just into this conversation?
The Indigent Services
Okay,
attorney.
okay. So go ahead and then.
okay, just one more comment about the Indigent Services is the one FTE, we switched over to HR to give them additional FTE. We are receiving unfunded mandates from OSHA. If you recall, last year we got some OSHA findings, and we're also finding we have some unfunded mandates for heat response planning across the entire county. So, and that's a function of HR. to provide that training across all departments. So that is above and beyond what they've had to do in the past. So we felt the need that they needed additional FTE, one person that could be assigned to these unfunded mandates to avoid any OSHA fines, or at least lower the risk to ASAP for our insurance as well, because some of these unfunded mandates are coming through at ASAP. So questions on that, and I'll let Mr. Joe out.
Okay, hold on just a second. Mr. Elbow, you want to make a comment? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. With regard to the Indigent Services Director, it's my view that it's important that you have an attorney who is familiar with the kinds of cases that are handled by appointed attorneys. It's not just indigent defense in Superior Court. Lawyers are appointed in dependency court, in juvenile court, for a variety of services that are provided. In dependency court, you may have one attorney for each of the parents, an attorney for the children, and also a guardian ad litem appointed to make a report to the court. And so whoever you hire to run that program has to be knowledgeable about the various kinds of specialties that are required in the courts, and be able to interview those, recruit those people, interview them, and then make sure that they're following through on their contracts. One of the big complaints that is raised often is that they have so many cases in so many counties that they're not getting to their clients and giving their clients the service that the client needs. And so Rick Huss did a good job at managing the attorneys that are appointed by the courts, because it's in felonies, misdemeanors, juvenile cases, dependency cases, and sometimes in probate-related cases. And you have 3 judges appointing attorneys from the pool of attorneys available. So it's important to have someone in there that does that. Teresa Meichwert does a great job at managing at her level, doing the things that she needs to do. But I would suggest that the board and Mr. O'Driscoll look at filling that with an attorney, perhaps a retired attorney, somebody who can take that job on and do it seriously. I've turned it down twice. Managing a bunch of lawyers is difficult.
Okay, thank you for your input. This is a work session. Anything else from the board before Mr. O'Driscoll goes forward with his presentation?
I'm good. Let's go to the next one.
Okay, let's go.
Oh, okay. And then the next one is we combined 2 positions into one. We're trying to reinvent our PIO/media presence, social media marketing, those kinds of things. So we combined 2 current positions, eliminated them, and combined into a communications chief. That position's going to report directly to the county manager and deputy county manager, and will be available as the PIO during emergencies. As well as they're going to be beefing up our presence in the community with social marketing, radio stations, newspapers, those kinds of things. So some of the job description of some of those 2 positions we eliminated are going to be combined into this one, but we're also adding on several job duties, just so we have that position that can reach out at any given time and market Gila County to the media, to social media, Facebook, those kinds of things. So we have plans to move forward with this position, to train this person as the PIO for emergencies as well. So they'll be available to this board during emergencies and receive updates directly from that person. So questions about that?
Supervisor Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hate the idea. We just took and dumped a department basically and got rid of 3 people on this one. And now we're regrouping, we're putting this all together in a new form or fashion. What did we gain by doing that is what my question is. And why whenever we send people down the road, those are local people. Those are people here in Globe, Arizona that need a job, that has had a job for a long time. I'm not saying there isn't a better way of doing something, but isn't there a possibility of working with some of these folks that were in these positions to say, hey, we need to beef this up. We need to do this. We need to do that. We'll give you the help, whatever it is. Instead, I get the notice one day that we got people walking out the door. I don't like it. I do not like it. And I'm real sad that that has happened. That happened to our operator. It's happened in the PIO department with Paul Walterbeek and his crew. And there again, did anybody come and ask me for my opinion before we give them the termination notices and tell them to pack their stuff? Oh, no. No. So here we sit. I cannot stress enough. You guys do not, I do not work for you guys. You work for me. I'm one of three, and you guys work for me. And I may not be able to get much done right now. I'm outvoted every time I turn around. That's fine. But I will damn sure raise hell in these meetings over a bunch of this when it comes up. And I tell you, the way this has all come about, this so-called restructuring, is bogus and it was wrong. It should not have happened.
Okay, go forward.
And the last shift we did is we took one of those FTs we've taken out of the budget and we shifted that to the county attorney. The reason for that is there's additional risk management that was being handled in-house by HR. And so our conversations with the county attorney is some of those need to be shifted to the county attorney for review. An example would be if we have a small claims against the county attorney needs to review that and approve it and then bring it to the board for their vote. So some of those activities were being done by our HR department, so those are going to be shifted back to the county attorney.
Thank you.
So we've worked with Jessica and Mr. Beauchamp on this particular issue, and we will be working with our ASIP representatives to get a better handle on some of the risk management and how we need to split that off between HR, because HR risk management is much different than risk management through the county attorney's office. So we're sort of going to streamline that process for each department. So.
Okay.
Here I go again. Not too long ago, I worked hard to try and get us another civil deputy. You know, Mr. Joe wants to retire one of these years, and I hope he can. And I worked with Brad to do this. The outcome was Macy. That was Macy. That's why she's here. And here we are again, going to spend more money and hire another civil deputy when we just hired one not very long ago.
Okay.
So I just want to say, those discussions, they need to happen. And there's maybe information that Joe can give or Brad could give that I could hear that says really why we need to do this. The workload is just so tremendous, or we can't get to. Folks, I ain't heard a word of anything like this since I worked with getting Macy in here. And that was with Bradley Beauchamp directly.
Mr. O'Driscoll, is the civil deputy hired by the county attorney?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so what he does with his department is up to an elected person that pretty much runs their department as they choose.
That is true.
Okay. That's all I had. Supervisor Klein, do you have some more?
Yeah, we pay for it.
Okay.
You gotta pay for it. It comes out of the general budget. That's where it comes from usually. And you guys, you talk about team effort. Here's another good example of having a team effort. You know, we talked about Macy's position quite a bit and worked as a little group to get it done. Brad needed it, needed a position for it, needed the money for it, whatever it was. and we got it done. We're not talking about these things.
Supervisor Christensen?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I've just been listening, and so what I would like to say is that there's some truth to the fact that the Board of Supervisors are responsible for the decisions that are being made, and we are the ones that ultimately the buck stops here concept. As the board hires then their manager, and that manager is to manage. And we must be careful as we're contemplating the management style or the actions of the manager as something that we need to have direct involvement at each level and each step would be to approach, if not do micromanaging. I don't want to get to that. I don't want to ever get to the point of making every single decision that you're hired in part to do. During this process, and we've been going about 2 months, and more than 2 months now, I have personally not felt that I was out of the loop on any of the things that you were contemplating doing or doing. I felt I was informed and did not need to have a work session or a decision for it. I think that much of the trimming that you've done has been beneficial. And I don't share the concern, I guess, that I find. And so I guess I'm putting in my 2 cents.
Okay, hold on just a second. Michael, let's go, you're still in the FTEs.
Just about finishing, sorry. That's
Okay, let's finish up the FTEs, please.
I just gave you, yes, sir, I just gave the total position saved, in the end, as far as removing them from the budget and consolidating, some of these positions as well. So it comes out to be about 8.48, positions, that we cleaned up from the budget as far as that goes, so. And then that would conclude my
Okay,
part of the presentation on the FTEs.
okay, thank you. Supervisor Klein, do you have anything else on the FTEs before we go forward with this presentation?
I appreciate your words. I do, because between 3 of us, we're not all gonna think the same and everything, and I respect your thoughts. When you say that you felt like you were in the loop with this process, what process was there? Because I never was. I had an occasional meeting with Michael on a few things. Never once was I asked, am I headed in the right direction or whatever? So I don't know what kind of a process you feel like you were involved with is what I'm asking.
Well, during the process, we received weekly updates on, I think we all received those weekly updates on what you were doing and what you were contemplating. There was, without remembering certain times that we met or that we had a phone conversation, part of the time that this was going on, I was the chairman. So some of that was because of that fact. And so I felt communicated with. That's what I mean.
I'm glad you did, but as far as a process, in my view, there was no process. That's my.
Okay, yeah, and you've expressed that. And so, can we go on with the next part of the presentation?
Thank you, sir. I could go through these very quickly, and I will stop at the departments where we did some restructuring internally to make us more efficient to handle some of the larger projects in the county. the county leadership, we could just, and I've structured this where the very first, there's two organizational charts. The first one is what existed about 8 weeks ago, and then the second one is what it shifted to. So, so I'm gonna basically stop at the departments and go over some of those that we reorganized. So the county leadership, as you can see, some of the shifting with the new, the second one, with the new structure is just one management associate and the communication specialist as far as that goes. So that's the big change to the Board of Supervisors, the county leadership. Questions about that? We've already sort of gone over that during the FTE discussion. And
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
So Michael, I appreciate it. You've got a lot of information here and I don't even know how you have time to do all this, but so what I would appreciate in your presentation, as long as it's acceptable to the others, is any particular significant differences and the reason behind them.
Perfect.
I don't think we have time to review every single little bullet on this. It's gonna take a very long time.
And the majority of our changes on this first one, we're just putting departments where Michael has expertise and I have expertise in moving those around so that he could do more of the board and elected communications and HR and human resources and areas that I was more familiar with came under me. And for the most part.
Okay. Supervisor Klein, you okay with the suggestion from Supervisor Christensen?
I don't need to go through the org chart. I really don't.
Well, the presentation, we're gonna finish the presentation. And so, yeah, I'm just asking how you felt about Supervisor Christensen's recommendation to just go per and let us know the changes and why.
If you want, we could fast forward because of the changes to the next slide, the Board of Supervisors was just what we were talking about. We eliminated one management associate. We added the PIO specialist to the Board of Supervisors, and that was the change there. And I think I went over the explanation during the FTEs. But if you would like a better explanation, I'd be happy to provide that.
Supervisor Klein.
And then if we could skip through all of the elected officials, and then we could start with the community development. The biggest change in community development is a couple of years ago, this board approved one full-time employee for the short-term rental program. And we did not hire it at that time. We wanted to see if we were going to bring in enough revenue to support that full-time position. We have done the financial analysis and we can support that without general fund money from the short-term rental fees. So we're going to hire that particular person. And then what we're doing is we just cleaned up the org chart and we are hiring the positions that were open. There were several open positions and community development did not have those filled yet. So we just filled the deputy director position internally. Randy Plumer has had 3 jobs. So we sort of forced him to make sure that we posted these positions that we could fill to take some of the workload off him, simply because this next year he's working on the comprehensive plan, building codes, and a planning and zoning ordinance. He has a lot on his plate. He needs help, and then that's what we're doing. On the new org chart, the short-term rental person is designated as basically, if I'm not mistaken, a code enforcement specialist. That's the classification, but they're going to be their sole responsibility is going to be with the short-term rental program. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, so looking at the two, so now Kim's in charge of everything, and it looks like she's going to have a tremendous amount of responsibility. And that, but does this chart now, the new chart, reflect any added FTEs that were needed that Randy is going to be needing for growth that we previously discussed?
So he had 3 unfilled FTEs. They were in those positions that he was never able to fill, the building official and deputy building official.
Okay.
Since they had posted those for a long time and he wasn't able to fill them, I kind of mentioned this to the board before when Randy was up here. The goal was then, right, we do what we can with what we have. Randy's a great building official, so can we add a permit tech and take some of those responsibilities away? Can we add a deputy director to start learning from him and take some of those responsibilities away, so that Randy could still be the final call that we pay him to be, but he can focus more on the things that we haven't been able to hire. So we're opening up those positions basically all to help the director get what you need him to get done.
Okay.
And so, and Supervisor, you and I have had conversations about this in the past. One of the things is we're hoping once the positions are filled and people start helping Randy out, that we'll reevaluate his workload or the workload in community development as far as do we need any extra FTEs, and can we provide the data to the board if we do? So we are aware that that's a concern the board has had in the past. So we're going to reevaluate this once we fill all the positions. We get people in there to help out everybody. So I hope that explains it. And the only extra FTE we put in community development was the one that the board approved a couple of years ago for the short-term rental position. So there were no new FTEs added to communities or development.
No, other than I will just have a personal note. I'm in that office fairly often because I have something to ask Randy or whatever. And I have noticed in a very large way, improvement in morale there. And so that's really important.
Yeah, that's good to know, sir. Thank you for letting us know. And we're going to skip forward. There's no other changes. We're going to skip forward to facilities. And we'll go to the second chart, the new restructured facilities. This is reorganized. No new FTEs. As a matter of fact, we're going to be saving the county probably about 15 to 20,000. But I have talked in the past, Mr. Joseph Dixon has changed some of the maintenance program around, and they become more efficient. So we're able to do the same amount of work with fewer people. We had a couple vacant positions. So we restructured facilities to start focusing on the capital projects. I think you've heard me mention in the past, we have probably 30 to 40 capital projects. One project coordinator was not going to cut it. So we really need to focus on getting those capital projects done, and especially if you want to do it in-house. So we shifted our resources to the construction and capital project side of things. So again, this is no new FTEs, and we're just reorganized to help the capital projects get done more quickly. Yes, sir.
Is that manager Mr. Dan Eisenberger?
Yes, sir.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, he was promoted recently to be the capital project manager.
He seems to be very communicative too.
He's excellent.
I like that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And just for this group to know, Amber has been promoted to the deputy director of facilities. She is a superstar as well.
So I have a question on this one. Why do we have a fiscal services manager? I look at Marin's department as anything to do with finance and fiscal responsibilities. So
There are, if I may, Mr.
Yeah,
Chair.
you may hear Mary.
There are fiscal services managers in all the departments that have significant fiscal responsibilities or have invoices and contracts that go to them, because we need somebody that's in the department that really knows, like, to approve and sign off on an invoice that this work really got done. So there's a fiscal services manager in facilities, one in public works. There's one in community services and health, as well as there's another fiscal person slightly below that. And there's also a person in the county attorney's office that has a similar title. So all of those people are responsible for, within that department, being able to sign off on invoices and request contracts and things of that nature so that they're all coming through that person to us, so that the folks who are out doing the projects are not, they're doing the highest and best use of their time. They're not doing administrative or fiscal paperwork. They're out there supervising their projects and supervising their staff. So this position has existed for quite some time. It was previously held by Christina Knox and Brittany Morrissey, as folks that you may recall from previous uh, previous roles. The ones in Public Works would have been like Shannon Coons, folks like that. So hopefully that helps. We would need 5 more FTEs in finance if we didn't have fiscal services managers in those departments.
So when it comes to questions on contracts,
Uh-huh.
where we are and things like that, then we need to be, like if it's for facilities, for a building, we need to be going to facilities to ask that
So
question.
Olivia prepares the contract, but the contract request is coming from facilities, because facilities is managing their projects. They know, okay, we have 8 big projects coming up. This is the order they need to get in. This is, when we need to send them to finance, this is where we have the staffing to support them. And then once the contract comes before you for signature and authorization, then we move forward. We let the vendor know that they are authorized to proceed. And then the progress payments and things like that would be coming through that fiscal services manager, because I don't know, when we get an
Yeah, I
invoice
get
from
that.
SJ Anderson, for example, if it says it's 30% completed, I need somebody to tell me that that's for real. And for audit purposes, you have to have that multi-layer match, right? That authorizes those payments. We can't just willy-nilly pay the bills.
Okay, I'm gonna go with you on this one, Maren. You're the financial wizard in my opinion, so, and if this is working for you and has been working for you, I'm not gonna raise hell about it. The other question I will have though is capital project manager. And when I look at that, it's like, well, we have a director and we have a deputy director. So what does a capital project manager really do that the deputy director can't do?
That capital project manager specializes in construction projects, knows the entire procurement process on whether we go with state contracts, 3-way bid, and they specialize in construction. The deputy director is managing all those other sub-levels of the facilities, including the fiscal services, events, those and the maintenance and those kinds of things. The capital project manager and their team specializes in the construction.
This is a good breakdown of everything that's in these departments and stuff, and facilities I know has a huge workload, like I mentioned earlier. And it's good to see, but there's sometimes when I get the feeling we're building empires and we're not getting anything done on the ground. I've got projects that's been out there for a very long time and just maybe getting started, maybe just fixing to get started, and we've talked about them for over a year. And so that's the question I have on a lot of this is we have plenty of people. There's no reason why we can't kick projects out really, really quick.
And to your point, Supervisor, this is why we made these changes, to get to those projects quicker. We had one person in charge of that with different priorities based on each board member and previous administration. Couldn't get to them all. We only had one person that was managing that. So that's why we shifted the resources over so we can get to your projects quicker.
Yeah, but when you get down to like the fiscal services manager and stuff like that, they've been with us.
Yes, sir.
We've had that position.
Yes, sir.
We still aren't getting projects done very fast, so.
Well, the fiscal services manager position is not in charge of getting the capital projects done. The capital project manager is responsible for that, and that's where we've had a log jam. We haven't had the resources put towards actually getting those construction projects done.
All starts with contracts.
I would disagree with this, sir, is it all starts with getting the scope for these
Well,
projects.
scope, but I
Yeah.
mean,
And
you
so
know-
the scope is extremely important, and that's what the fiscal manager works with the capital project manager with, and getting the proper scope for these projects.
I'm getting lost in that web.
Okay,
Yes,
if you're done.
I'm done.
Supervisor Christensen.
So, I noticed on the previous and the current, organization chart, the capital project manager answers directly to the director as well as the fiscal services manager answers directly to the director and the deputy director. And so those are his three, or that person's three main, employees that then spreads out. On the new chart, capital project manager has three people that they manage, two coordinators and temp contract project manager.
That is correct.
On the original, there's only one bubble that says project coordinator. So has there been additional people hired or shifting?
Great question. They've all been shifted. So we've had a couple vacant positions we didn't need to be filled in the maintenance side of things. And so we shifted those positions into the coordinator positions to help the capital project manager complete the construction projects. I think we have hired one, but we still have one open, the project coordinator position open, so.
So the capital project manager's department, or whatever you call it, has increased. We have not seen necessarily the increase in productivity yet as much, but that should be coming. How many projects do we have currently that are in current production?
So on the books, if you look at all the capital projects over the last several years, this board and previous county administration has wanted to get done, there's close to 40. So we are going with the strategy of we have a top 5 priority list. If you recall, Joseph was in front of the board recently to ask to talk about those priority projects. We are going to knock out those 5 priority projects and then move on to the next one. So the strategy in the past was there's these 40 projects and those kept changing. So we've identified the 5 priority projects with conversations with this board and staff, and then we're gonna go and get those done right away. So we're sort of taking a different strategy here. So we threw the resources under the capital project manager so we can get those projects going quicker.
Well, and I hope that works out, because Supervisor Klein's complaint of it's not happening is what we need to fix. And so this is your attempt.
Yes, sir.
to do
Supervisor
that.
Klein is absolutely correct. Some of these projects, we have projects on the books that have been going on for 3 years. And it can be.
Okay, time for my 2 cents. Delayed for 3 years. Okay, you want my opinion? Past management was a dictatorship, not a partnership or a meeting. Projects were done or not done depending on the dictatorship of what that project was, who wanted it done, and where it was done. And so a lot of the capital projects are not because we don't have the talent or we didn't have the manpower. It's because it was cut by the county manager, and other projects were told what could be done and what could not be done. And we couldn't talk about it then because I had to go to call to the public to get an agenda. So, and my 2 cents is thank you for bringing this up to the board with the changes, with trying to go forward as a team in front of the Board of the Supervisors so that they can have a comment on what does go on rather than the dictatorship that things weren't getting done. So that's my 2 cents. Okay, continue.
Oh, any other questions about facilities before I move on? Then we'll go right to finance. So I have Maren here. So I'm going to have Maren sort of explain what we are doing in finance. If you notice with the new org chart, We did put indigent services under finance right now, because most of what indigent services does right now is process payments to attorneys, to investigators, those kinds of things. So we wanted a financial component of oversight, since it is approximately $1 million general fund money. So we wanted that. And then I'm going to have Maren sort of explain what we're moving to.
Thank you, Michael. So as Michael pointed out, we do have some efficiencies that we are working to improve in finance. When we brought Olivia on as deputy director about 18 months ago, we really needed to improve our contracts management process. We saw some significant gaps in that. We have worked diligently to get our arms around that and really make sure that everything's coming through one place. Currently, we have more than 110 open items on our contract tracker and only 2 people working in that realm. So we have a purchasing and contracts manager position into HR for the position to be graded and evaluated. We came up with a new job description for that, and we've added some significant compliance levels to it. When that position gets filled, we look forward to being able to free Olivia up to do some more finance functions and not just focus on procurement. We also will have, after we get that purchasing and contracts manager role posted and filled, we will have a couple additional purchasing staff in there, because as Supervisor Klein pointed out, and Mr. Chairman, as you have pointed out, and you also, Supervisor Christensen, this is sort of where everything comes through to get done and get processed so that our departments can move forward with their projects. And we look forward to being able to strengthen that. We're also working to strengthen our grants component. As you've seen, there have been numerous grants opportunities in the community, and we look forward to being able to reach for more of those. We have strengthened that component in the 8 years I've been here, and we look forward to strengthening that some more. We recently promoted internally to accounting manager. The person who had been in that role moved on to something else about 6 months ago. So the accounting manager role is filled, and so is the accountant. The accountant senior role is currently vacant. And then we have accounting associates, 1 in payroll and 1 in payables. And then off to the far side there, until an attorney is in place to serve in indigent services, we are helping Teresa with approving requests for payment and things of that nature. Happy to answer any questions you have. I'm more than happy to accept your feedback.
Supervisor Klein.
Mayor, I've relied on your department now for 10 years. I've seen your department pull us out of the audit debacle we were in. If you stood there and told me you needed 10 more positions, I'd be the one in favor of giving you 10 more positions. And so that's just, I'm going to tell you, that's the faith I have in you and your department. Thank you.
Supervisor Christians.
Well, he took all my words away. You and your team are awesome, and appreciate everything you do, really.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much.
We did very seriously consider all the feedback that we've gotten in the past 8 weeks, and we look forward to any other feedback that you have to make sure that we are being the team you need us to be.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anything else?
Just one last comment about finances. This reshifting of resources to help Maren and Olivia with the contracts. Again, like facilities, there's no new FTEs. It was existing resources we had in the org chart. We just shifted the resources because in Gila County, Supervisor Klein isn't wrong. It starts with the contracts in a lot of cases, and we need to sort of give Olivia that help so she could actually become the Deputy Director of Finance and not the Manager of Contracts. Any other questions about finance?
No, we're good.
I'll go on to human resources. I've already talked in the new the FTE part of this presentation. We just gave them an extra FTE for some of the unfunded mandates that are coming through ASAP and through OSHA and those kinds of things. That particular person is, the new FTE is going to be the Human Resources Compliance Administrator. They're going to be in charge of going to the departments to make sure we're in compliance with OSHA and provide the training and to other departments for some of these mandates that we're seeing coming down. Questions about that?
I hear none. Go ahead.
Thank you. And then the next one is IT and GIS. I'm going to combine them. We shifted the GIS department to IT. So you'll see that change there on the right side of the IT org chart. In most places in Arizona, the GIS department does belong under the IT department, and that's basically what we did. So Tom Holman and the GIS staff work hand in hand with Carrie every day. So we just made that change so we come in line with most of the other counties across the country and in Arizona.
And Tom is good with that change.
He accepted it, yes,
Yeah.
sir. Yeah.
Okay.
And any other, I'm trying to go through any other changes. Do we have any other changes, Mr. Beck, in public health? We don't. Community services. And I threw public works in there, just for your information for the current org charts. I'm working with Mr. Troy Smith, Mr. Troy White on, possibly, I know, sorry, Troy. Yeah, Smith White, excuse. And I wanted the Board of Supervisors to have the most current org chart. I am working with Troy and his team and finance. There's a lot of shifting going on. We're taking a look at trying to become a lot more efficient in the fleet services. We're working with the crew on equipment we need to purchase to make their jobs safer and easier and provide better services across the board for public works. So I'm suspecting in probably 3 to 4 months, I'll be in front of the board with a proposal for some of the changes in public works, just to make their services more efficient to the Board of Supervisors and their constituents and internal staff. And I think that basically concludes my presentation for the org chart changes. Is there any other questions I could help answer?
Supervisor Klein.
Under Public Works and Engineering, there's a management associate. What is that, Troy?
I'll take it.
It's the new Shannon Boyer.
Sherry Grice.
Oh, it's the new Shannon Boyer, and that's Sherry Grice.
Okay.
She shifted over to that position.
Administrative assistant. Okay.
Thanks, Troy Smith.
So then in this other page, it shows, I would assume it's Sherry as well that works with HR, liaison with HR.
As far as the Sherry Grice, her position, what does she provide to Public Works?
Yeah, she's our admin assistant for the whole department, so.
Good.
Yeah, she's a liaison with HR a lot of times, hiring people and getting that process going and getting vacancies filled, but she's kind of the glue that holds all of us together.
I can understand.
Yeah.
Okay, Supervisor Christensen.
Yes, thank you. Looking at the Public Works Management, does the director have an executive assistant in this chart?
We don't, but we use Sherry Grice for that.
So-
She is kind of our executive assistant, our admin assistant, fills in for the whole department. So, and it's been working very well. Haven't had any shortfalls on that at all.
Okay, say that again. I missed what you meant.
So Sherry, who's the admin,
Okay.
for the entire department.
And that's working.
It's working very well.
Okay.
She's been able to handle the full caseload, so to speak.
Okay, and so I've often thought whether or not Public Works was, it looks very simple, it looks small, but Public Works is a pretty big deal. There's a lot going on, and whether or not it should be, if there should be any additional management structure within this chart that would help the efficiency of the department, or do you feel that that would be more, too much?
Thank you, sir. At this point in time, that's a possibility. Troy and his team are putting together the data across all their programs. And so when we decide to come in front of the board to let them know some of the restructuring in Public Works, it's going to be including all that data. So at this particular time, I couldn't tell you one way or the other whether that's needed or not. It could be. And then we could find redundancies in the current org chart where we could shift those resources to help out, so.
And we have the deputy director, which I think is Matt, right?
Correct, sir.
And he's got 4 points under him that are pretty significant amount of work for one person to manage, and that's kind of my concern, whether or not, I mean, the landfills are a big deal already, and then you talk about the roads, and you get the north, the south, general services, all of that. I don't know if that needs to be split up a little more.
Yes, sir. That's one of the things we're looking at. And also with Matt that you mentioned, when he came into the role as Deputy Director of Public Works, he was also doing additional work as the Assistant County Engineer.
Right.
So he was doing sort of a dual role. And we have just promoted internally an individual into the Assistant County Engineer position. And so we're sort of relieving Matt of some of that extra work that he was very helpful in helping us get through some of the challenging times.
So the new chart still shows he's got that assistant.
Yeah, this is current. And then when we come back in front of the board
Okay.
for the proposal, it'll be what we think is going to be best to make it more efficient.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I think as we go forward, because we've had a big change in Public Works Director, Assistant Director, Landfill Manager, that's a whole new ball of wax that we're working with. So I think once we kind of get settled in and get people in the right positions and going forward, we'll better have a look at what we're needing. And so thank you very much for working on. Troy, thank you very much for coming to help us with our reorganization. It's very much appreciated, and your expertise has been extremely helpful. So thank you very much, and Michael and Josh and everyone for trying to sew this suit back together. I appreciate it very, very much.
Thank you, sir.
And so, do you have anything else?
No, sir, not at this time.
Supervisor Klein, any questions, comments before we call it a day?
I don't have any questions. We have areas that are really have some issues, and Troy, that's in your, but landfill, you guys are working hard on all that. Roads is always an issue. Things of that nature. I said what I said earlier, and one of the things going forward that needs to really happen is the involvement of this board. When I hear people talk about we, that means us three and all of you. And so, the reason for changes is to secure the county or structure county administration to carry out the priorities, goals, and directions set by the Board of Supervisors. That was not set. And so I blew up. I said my piece. I'm going to stick by it, and I will say it again in the future if it doesn't happen. And so, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Supervisor Christensen.
Thank you, Michael, for the presentation. I think, is to talk it out, get it out there, and discuss how it's going forward. Thanks for all your doing, and, the amount of work and effort you put into it. I feel comfortable with the direction we're going, other than my throat is dying. So, thank you again.
Okay, I've kind of said my piece, so we are going to now move on to 9A. Information discussion action to enter into executive session pursuant to ARS 38-431-03A 3 and 4 to receive legal advice from the county attorney's office and to discuss and consider settlement of a property damage claim. So I guess I need a motion to go into executive
So
session.
moved.
I will second.
We have a motion and a second to go into executive session, and so vote aye.
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous to go into executive session. We will be back in a bit.
Mr. Chairman, we'll give you enough time for me to visit the restroom.
If you hurry, I think Supervisor Klein has a
No, no.
Facing you good? Okay, we'll be ready in just a minute or two. Okay, we have everyone here, so we're going to reconvene our agenda meeting for a motion from our executive session. I'll call for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Regarding executive session item number 9A, I move for the board to ratify and approve the process of settlement for the notice of claim reviewed.
And I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Motion was approved unanimously. Thank you all. We'll adjourn the meeting, and thank you all for a long day, productive day. Have a great trip home.